Ladies and gentlemen, folks at home, we are here, we are live as the spectacular week unfolds for Halloween fans, as the end of the Halloween franchise could be just days away, folks. Okay, we're talking about Halloween Ends, out in theaters and streaming only on Peacock October 14th. It is October 10th, and we're talking basically 4 days until the release of Halloween Ends. And my oh my, it's an exciting time to be a Halloween fan, but it's also a nerve-wracking time to be a Halloween fan because we don't really know how ultimately this movie is going to unfold. We don't know how ultimately this movie is going to pan out. There's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of, is this going to be done in a way that makes sense? So we're going to see if David Gordon Green, Jamie Lee Curtis, and that same crew can conclude their trilogy in a way that makes sense, okay? Can they conclude their trilogy in a way that makes sense? Of course, we're going to find out come October 14th, okay? But here today, we're going to discuss what we can. No spoilers, okay? So if you're just popping in, no spoilers. We will be talking about spoilers once the movie is out, okay? But not today. We're going to be talking about the reality of the situation in regards to Halloween Ends, okay? And we also have that Halloween game we can play out here as well, okay? So if you guys get bored about talking about Halloween Ends, we can play that game where we basically run away from Michael Myers, okay? So Halloween Ends comes in theaters and streaming exclusively on Peacock October 14th, so you don't even have to go to the theater, okay? You don't even have to go to the theater to see this day one. That's the reality of the situation, okay? You don't have to go to the theater to see this day one. And there are many things that we could say about Halloween Ends right now as we talk about this franchise, okay? This is 44 years in the making, okay? And if this potentially ends on a dud, well, it's not going to bode well for the franchise, okay? There have been many ups and downs with the Halloween franchise, crazy plot lines, crazy characters, you name it. But if Halloween Ends does not hit that home run, if they fumble the football with Halloween Ends, this very well could be a total disaster, and it could put the franchise in another situation where we have to wait at least a few years to see the return of Michael Myers. Now, we don't hope for that, but at the same time, if that's what's needed, then I'm more than welcome to take a pause on Michael Myers, okay? Because Halloween 2018 came out in 2018, Halloween Kills last year, 2021, Halloween Ends here, the conclusion of the David Gordon Green trilogy, October 14th in just 4 days, okay? So we've had a ton of Halloween stuff, and even if this does send off Michael Myers in a way that makes sense, and Laurie Strode and what have you, maybe it is time for them to take a break on this, okay? Maybe it is time for them to take a pause on the Halloween franchise and Michael Myers in general and so on and so forth, okay? But you have to understand that they're going to have to hit that home run. You have to understand that this is 44 years in the making. Halloween Ends, okay? So what does that title mean? Is Halloween really going to end, okay? Now, obviously, that's really dependent on a multitude of things, okay? It's dependent on a multitude of things. But you have to understand, folks at home, the reality of the situation is that if this is critically panned, which I believe that it will be, okay, if this is critically panned, Halloween Ends, if Halloween Ends is critically panned, I don't think that's necessarily going to bode well for the future of this franchise, and they might start scrambling in terms of looking... Are we losing connection here? Well, let's see what's going on with this connection before we move forward, folks at home. I'll tell you what. The reality of the situation continues to unfold. It is getting loud out here. Awfully quiet already. Only 82 people in here. This is why I can't talk about this movie on this channel, and it's unfortunate because I love to talk about this. I don't have no interest in video games anymore, okay? I have zero interest in any video games. Thinking about selling the Series X and the PS5. I just don't care. I just don't care anymore. I've given... the games industry so much time to shape up and show me the next generation, the future of gaming, and you just have to wait 20 years for that to happen, and I'm just not interested. So as such, I have, I just don't care anymore. So, when we talk about something that we care about, unless people show up, it is a little frustrating because, I would love to go back and forth with Halloween fans in here. But again, the Halloween fans that are in here, well, they probably don't like anything that's new. So that's a trend in here. Anything that's new is trash. Everything old is better. But, look, I'm willing to give Halloween Ends that chance. And I'm willing to give Halloween Ends that opportunity, okay? That's what I'm willing to do. But if people can't give it that chance or opportunity and just write it off immediately and say, oh, it's trash, it's garbage, I don't think that really... does much for anyone, okay? Because they are trying something new out here for Halloween Ends, okay? They're trying something new, and I can at least appreciate that, okay? They're trying something different. We are dropping frames, aren't we? We are dropping frames here. This is unfortunate. Well, let's see if it stabilizes here. We got obviously plenty of time to kill, although I'm sure we hit our peak numbers here. If we could even break 100 viewers, that would be a miracle. But nonetheless, the reality of the situation, we are out here, ladies and gentlemen, folks at home, and we might have to just start playing that Halloween game right now. I would like to beat it. I think that the objective of the Halloween game is to destroy Michael Myers. And if we can potentially pull that off, fantastic. If not, it is what it is. But the game is pretty difficult. The game is pretty challenging, folks, okay? The game is pretty difficult. The game is pretty challenging. So, how we doing, folks? Getting awfully quiet in here. I'm not looking at the chat because I'm assuming it's a cesspool, so there's no reason for me to look at that. Although, if it's a great chat or what have you, then we might take a glance. Nonetheless, I'm going to pull the mouse out in case you guys want to play that Halloween game. We do have the external battery, so if you guys want a longer stream, make sure you hit the like button on the stream, okay? Hit the like button on the stream. Consider doing that because that would help probably boost this up somewhere. That's the theory anyway. And we need some Halloween fans in here. Very much so. So we're waiting to see if this connection is going to stabilize here, folks at home, and we're waiting for the seats to fill in here. Halloween Ends out in theaters and streaming only on Peacock October 14th. I think you could see it actually earlier than that, this Thursday. Okay, we're literally talking 2 or 3 days away. Today's what, Monday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's literally 3 days until this movie releases, is when you can see Halloween Ends, if you want to see it in theaters before Peacock or whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Who's popping the cherry? Holy fucking shit.
I'm a fucking devil donated $2 through Super Chat. Halloween Ends may be good. Terrifier 2 is better.
I haven't seen that. Have you seen Terrifier 2? Is that out on streaming or is that exclusive to theaters? Because I'm not going to see that in theaters. I'm just not doing that. But I mean, if it's on like Netflix or some shit, I'll look into it. But I know it's an independent movie, so probably isn't on Netflix, although there's a bunch of trash on Netflix. Nonetheless, we appreciate that. I'm a devil coming through, popping the cherry. Hell yeah, by the way, appreciate that. Let's get a W for I'm a devil in this dead chat here. It's about as dead as the Halloween franchise, jeez. No wonder why they're not making it anymore. That's why they're going to actually end the franchise and Halloween. Let's get a W in this chat. Let's move this chat. This is why I cannot talk about movies here on this channel, because it's a totally different direction and people do not like it, obviously. If we were to talk about something else that I have no interest in, we could at least garner 150 viewers, 200 maybe. But it is the way the cookie crumbles regardless, because the last time we talked about Halloween out here, it was just like this, and it was a struggle to get people in here, which is unfortunate because I watch a lot of Halloween related channels. I watch a lot of horror channels here on this platform. Great creators, great content creators, but you know, we just don't have that circle over here, which it is what it is, because I mean, we mainly talk about games over here. But look, when does Call of Duty come out here? Let's see when Call of Duty comes out. We're going to have to latch on to something here soon. Otherwise, there's just no point in doing the show anymore, really, to be honest with you. Call of Duty campaign. Let's see when we can get the Call of Duty campaign. Doesn't it release early, like 1 week early if you're pre-order or some shit? Call of Duty Modern Warfare campaign. Let's look this up here. Well, I don't have any information. It took me to Modern Warfare. Like, bro, just like, give me what I want. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 campaign. When is the release date for this? It's got to be soon. It's got to be soon, folks. I literally can't find this information. Early access. Jeez, you got to scroll all the way down. Modern Warfare 2 early access. October 20th. Okay, when is that? That's right around the corner here, huh? Well, that's 1 week from Thursday, I believe. Okay, so Halloween Ends comes out this Thursday, and then the week after that, the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 campaign. Just curious to see when that is coming out, folks at home. It says the 20th, if you pre-ordered or get early access or what have you. The 20th. We don't have to talk about Halloween Ends. I mean, if it's not going to garner anyone in here, I mean, we don't have to discuss. If it doesn't resonate with you guys, I'm fine with not talking about it. We could talk about anything in here. But, you know, it's something that I care about. It's something that I'm passionate about, and I thought that would reflect back, but maybe it doesn't. So if it doesn't, that's okay. It's not anyone's fault. It just doesn't work out, you know? If you go to the Slipknot concert and you have Taylor Swift opening for Slipknot, it is not going to work out. That's just the way it is. It's not that Taylor Swift is a bad performer or that the audience is stupid. It's just not something that is necessarily going to kindle that in a way that makes sense. So if that's what's happening here, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe we'll just review Halloween Ends when it comes out and leave that discussion for that video or what have you. But you know, it would be a lot of fun to come out here and talk about Halloween Ends leading up to its release and hyping it up. But if we can't do it, then we can't do it. You know. So. Well, what else is there to talk about here? Well, let's go to Game Informer to see if there's any new game news. Celebrating 30 years of Mortal Kombat. No Man's Sky out now on Switch. Ellie Fanning will star in Kojima's next game. Listen to Chris Pratt's Mario in the first trailer for the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Need for Speed Unbound officially revealed. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 launch trailer showcases more of the game's campaign. New Pokemon Scarlet, Overwatch 2. So there's nothing happening here. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot new gen version gets January release. Yikes. It is so incredibly sad. AK-47 member for 4 months rather. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate that. CD Projekt Red announces, well, that's like 2 weeks ago. I mean, there's nothing happening in the games industry, although there is something happening this month, I believe, in terms of Resident Evil stuff. Not that that's a... I mean, you want to talk about a dead franchise? Let me pull up the numbers for Resident Evil right here. I'll start putting shit on the screen, but... Steam charts, let's look up the numbers for Resident Evil. This is truly a dead franchise, at least it is on PC. Watch this. There are only... Oh no! Resident Evil 2 is the most played. Let's put this up on the screen so I can show you guys just how far the Resident Evil franchise has fell off here today in 2022. Let's put this on the screen, folks at home. Let's put this on the screen. And as you can see, Resident Evil 2, only 959 players. Resident Evil Village is worse, even though it's newer. 878 players. Resident Evil 4, 800. Oh my god, this franchise is actually dead, bro. Now again, these are just PC numbers, and maybe this franchise is more popular on console. Nonetheless, those are the numbers on PC, at least according to that site there, and it just doesn't bode well for that franchise. I can't talk about that franchise when there's no one even playing those games. You have nothing. So I don't understand. I mean, you know, that's why Capcom's remaking Resident Evil 4, because it's obviously going to be a massive hit for at least about a week. You know, then the conversation will fall back off. So that's why they want to make Resident Evil this always online, interactive fucking thing, because that is how you keep players connected and engaged. And this old school format just doesn't really work out all that well, as you can quite clearly see, at least on P.
Punisher donated $1.99 through Super Chat. GTA 6 this month, baby, let's go.
That is not happening. I don't even care. I really don't even care. Because even if they did unveil it, wouldn't release until like 2025 or some shit like that. So I need games that I can play within the next, you know, relatively near future. I got all this fucking shit sitting around, PS5, Series X, all unplugged. There's no use for these consoles. I don't care about what's coming in the next 5 years. You know, I got the consoles in 2020, and here we are nearly 2 years later, and there's still nothing to play on them. So it was literally a waste. You know, this is the worst console generation of all time. And it's not because I'm old, although that might play a factor into it, but it's primarily because there's no software for these consoles, and there isn't going to be anytime soon. By the time there is software, there's going to be updated versions of the Series X and updated versions of the PS5. So if you haven't, you know, got a PS5, there's no point to get one. I mean, unless you would have played God of War on PS5, but that's on PS4 as well. So, Multiverse review, that's probably dead too, ain't it? Oh man. Let's look at Skyrim numbers here. Let's look at Skyrim numbers. 21,000.
Arthur Vega donated
Holy
$30.99
shit.
through Super
Let's
Chat.
get it.
Hey Michael, glad you're doing this stream. Can't wait to see this movie.
Yeah.
Michael Myers is the reason I love this franchise. Hope you have a good day, world class. Coffee.
Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate that. Arthur Vega coming through in a way that makes sense. The current king of the jungle. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate that. Arthur Vega coming through with a $30 super chat. Jesus Christ. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate that. We're going to continue resuming talking about Halloween Ends, but we just have to kind of wait for people to pile in here. And what you said is interesting because, you know, Michael Myers is why you love the franchise. Well, I'm not going to spoil anything in here, but, man, Halloween Ends. I just can't wait until this comes out just to see where the reviews land and the feedback from the diehard fans. Because, like I said, this franchise, not the Resident Evil franchise, but the Halloween franchise, has had its ups and downs. You know, it's had its ups and downs. And I don't know if it's going to recover after this, because even if it isn't critically panned, and even if it makes a boatload of money, where do you take it creatively? You know what I mean? Where do you take Michael Myers? Where do you take the Halloween franchise after Halloween ends? Because there is going to be a definitive end here in this film, Halloween Ends. That's all I'm going to say. There's going to be a definitive end. When it says Halloween Ends, that's what it fucking means. And I'm glad they have the balls to do it. However, it's hard to talk about this movie because I have read the final spoilers, okay? I have read the final spoilers. Now, I don't know everything that happens. I don't even know the ending, but I know what the final shot is, okay? And I'm not going to spoil it, but we're just going to have to wait and see come October 14th. That's all I can really say, you know, because it's not fun to talk about it beforehand. Afterwards, we can have this big, long discussion about how they either fumbled the football or how they hit that home run. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this movie does, considering it's on Peacock day one, and it's also in theaters, like it was with Halloween Kills. Now, the excuse with Halloween Kills was that COVID was, obviously, a thing. Back in 2021, October of 2021 last year, COVID was obviously much more of a thing than it is now. It's like yesterday's news, and it's seemingly no longer a fucking thing anymore. You don't hear about it anymore. So with that said, a lot of people are saying, well, why are they going to Peacock with Halloween Ends, rather? Why are they going to Peacock with Halloween Ends, just like they did with Halloween Kills? It doesn't make sense because, last year's excuse was COVID, and they wanted to get as many eyeballs on this film as possible, so you throw it out on Peacock because not everyone wants to go to the theater when you have the pandemic still going around in 2021. This year it's a lot different. Everything's opened back up for the most part, and it's still on Peacock. So a lot of people are thinking that Halloween Ends, they don't have much confidence behind Halloween Ends because it is going to Peacock day one. And that could very well be the case. That could very well be the case. They might not have much confidence in Halloween Ends, which is, could explain why this is going to Peacock day one, October 14th, in addition to being in theaters for the diehard fans. Obviously, the diehard Michael Myers fans are going to see this shit in theaters. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's what the Halloween fans are going to do. They're going to go see this shit in the fucking theater day one. They're not watching this on Peacock. They'll watch it after the fact on Peacock, but they're going to experience this in the theater. That is so prominently the case with these Halloween fans, is that this, like I said, could very well be the end of this franchise. I'm not even joking when I say that, okay? This literally could be the end of this franchise, at least for the relatively near future. Now, obviously, if this makes a boatload of money and it exceeds expectations, at the end of the day, they're going to find a way to bring Michael Myers back. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But, when is Michael coming back? Let's presume that Halloween Ends is this massively successful film that exceeds everyone's expectations critically and at the box office and what have you, despite being streaming to Peacock day one. How do you bring Michael Myers back? Obviously, you have to reboot it, but rehashing the same story again and again and again, you're going to have to let that breathe. You know what I mean? You can't just bring this back and say, oh, we're remaking it with a whole new team, a whole new director. It's like, well, you can, but is that going to work well? I mean, didn't they reboot the Hulk? You know what I mean? Like, I swear to God, they made the Hulk movie, and this is like from 2006 or some shit. I mean, I can look it up right here. Hulk. Let's look up Hulk. Hulk movie. The first one I'm talking about. The Hulk movie. 2003. Holy shit. Okay. When did they make... They literally rebooted this franchise, okay? They rebooted the Hulk. So this came out in 2003. I think I've seen this one. And I'm sure the CGI is total garbage now. Regardless... When did they reboot the Hulk? 2007? 2008. So they rebooted the Hulk 5 years later. 5 years later, they literally remade the Hulk. And they called it the Incredible Hulk. So it took them 5 years, and I'm assuming the Hulk was a success in 2003. I bet it made a boatload of money. Let's see here. Oh, absolutely. Big budget, and it did well. So it took them 5 years to figure out how to do that and bring it back, and I'm assuming the newer version did even better. The Incredible Hulk 2008. Let's see if this one did better. About the same. But still, it was a success. And the point here is that, if this is the end, and I think it will be the end, this is the end of this trilogy. This is the end of Michael Myers within this trilogy. This is the end of all of that stuff. You know what I mean? And they've tried this before. We've seen Michael Myers get blown up. We've seen Michael Myers get shot to death. We've seen Michael Myers, we've seen it all for the most part. We've seen it all. We've seen Michael Myers burn in fires and still somehow come out of that. I mean, it's just, it's so ridiculous, it's not even funny anymore. However, I do believe there will be closure here in Halloween Ends, okay? There will be closure here in Halloween Ends. And what's interesting is that I can't talk about this movie. There's a lot I want to say, but we have to hold that conversation until at least this Thursday. Literally. Because if I say too much out here, it just spoils the whole fucking setup. And I just don't think it's as fun. Because I know more than what I'm saying out here. I've read the final spoilers from a very credible source. And I know the final shot of the film. And it's really interesting how they're doing this, okay? It's really interesting how they're... I can't even say that. But we're just going to have to hold that conversation for later this week, okay? When the movie's actually out and you guys can get a chance to say, what you think about it. And then we can actually dissect what happened here in Halloween Ends. This is 44 years in the making, folks, okay? From 1978 to 2022. That's like, what, 44 years? 44 years in the making. And it looks like they're probably just going to let this franchise burn out and give it some time to rest, unless they want to do some cheap TV show. Okay, I could see them going down that route and making some cheap TV show only for like this streaming service or some shit. This very well could be the last time we see Michael Myers in the theater. Okay, I'm dead ass. This very well could be the last time that we see Michael Myers in the theater. That the last time we see a Halloween film in the theater. So that's why this is pretty big. It's like, yeah, you can watch it on Peacock, but what if this is truly the end? What if the critics hate this movie, which they already hate horror movies, so it's not a big fucking surprise that this is more than likely going to get a shitty score on Rotten Tomatoes. There's no doubt about that in my opinion. But with that said, even if it's a great movie among horror fans, and, it very well could be. However, with that said, it's just going to be interesting to see how this ultimately plays out. Because, again, this could very well be the last time that we see Michael Myers on the big screen. Because if they do the TV series thing, or Netflix or some streaming exclusive thing, that isn't going to theaters. Okay, let's presume that they go down that road. Those don't go to theaters. So this could be the end in terms of Michael Myers being in theaters, at least for the foreseeable future. Now, on the 50th, 1978 to 2070, I can't do math, but 2038, let's get the calculator out here. 1978, 2038. That's 60 years. 60 years? Wait, what year? Oh, 2028. That's what we want. That doesn't sound right. Okay, 2028, 1978 to 2028. We're talking the 50th anniversary of this franchise. There's no way I could see them waiting until then. So if Halloween Ends, regardless of whether or not it's a success or if it's a total failure, we're talking about the anniversary, the massive anniversary, the 50th anniversary of this franchise, the Halloween franchise, from John Carpenter's Halloween 1978 to 2028. That's 50 years. So I could see them waiting. Regardless of whether or not Halloween Ends as a success or a total failure, I could see them waiting until then to bring this back and reboot it and basically rehash the story, but with a different style, with, a few twists and turns along the way. That's what I could see happening. So from 2022 to 2028, let's figure that math out. How many years is that? 2022 to 2028. That's a 6-year wait. So I think that's what they will do. I think that's what they will do, because if they keep churning these out every other year, people are going to grow tired of this franchise and they're going to get burnt out on this franchise. It's not like Marvel, okay? It's not like Spider-Man. It's not like fucking Iron Man. You can bring those back every other year, and you got nerds lining up to the theater, okay? They literally camp out at the theater, okay, to see these films. And they'll do it regardless of whether or not it's on a streaming platform or what have you. But with Halloween, this is obviously a much smaller franchise. It's a horror franchise. It's obviously it's big within the horror thing, but outside of that bubble, it's not Marvel. You know what I mean? So I think they are going to have to wait about 6 or so years. Maybe they'll announce it beforehand, but I could see them having a big ordeal with, hey, it's the 50th anniversary of the Halloween franchise, and by the way, Michael Myers is coming back, and this is who is directing it. You know, who really could, at this point, take over after Halloween ends here? Because this is the end for Blumhouse, unless they renew the contract or what have you. Apparently, this is the end. So, and I think it will be the end. I think you're going to see some shit on the screen that's going to piss a lot of people off. But I think I can also see it make sense in a way that actually makes sense, okay? So I do think they're going to do this and pull this off in a way that makes sense, because now that I think about it, I kind of get it. At first, I was really pissed off with what I read. And I think I'm still going to be pissed off when I see this movie and I see how that plays out, because I just don't want to see that on the screen. You know what I mean? And I can't tell you what it is because it just sounds ridiculous. But at the same time, if they're going to end it, they got to end it. You know what I mean? You have to put a definitive closure on Halloween. And that's what you have to do. You have to come out and say, we're ending this franchise. We're ending this franchise. If you're going to say you're going to end the franchise, have the balls to fucking do it. And they're going to do it. That I know, and that I can tell you. This is the end. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. So, you know, I can respect the film based off of what I know already, due to the fact that they're trying something different with this film, and due to the fact that they're going to end it. They're trying something different with this franchise that is basically just, okay, there's this killer on the loose, he's escaped from the asylum, and now he's going to run, you know, his rampage all over Haddonfield. We've already seen that 500 times. There's no reason to repeat that crap. So, when you come at this with a different, semi-different angle, and you introduce a new character and you play with that a little bit, maybe it's cheesy, but at the same time, it's something fucking a little fresh for this franchise that is primarily the same fucking film over and over again. You know what I mean? So you have to mix it up. And, you know, say what you want about the new Chucky shit. I think it's total trash, but at least, you know, Don Mancini does different shit with it. I mean, yeah, it's still a killer doll killing, but now there's like 500 Chuckies, and now Chucky's having, you know, just doing dumb shit. But it's something fucking new. You can't just have one singular killer doll roam around the goddamn town and just start slashing people. We've already seen that. That movie's already been done. You know what I mean? So with Halloween Ends, I appreciate the fact that not only this is going to have a semi-different angle, a semi-different storyline to it, but the fact that it's also going to be the end.
Dannerage donated $5 through Super Chat. Hey there, mister. I think it's time New Line Cinema gives us our triple threat match. Freddy versus Jason versus Michael. Let's get it. Bear.
I don't know why they never made a sequel to Freddy versus Jason. To my knowledge, that was a success, and I guess it's probably just a nightmare in terms of getting those two characters and making it happen in a way that makes sense. But, yeah, I mean, they should start doing some of that shit. That would be, I don't think Michael Myers would fit within that arena type bullshit. But, you know, Freddy versus Jason, yeah, they've already done that. And they've shown that they could do that. And to do that again, I think, you know, because Freddy has been in the shadows for fucking how long? He's in the boiler room, stuck in the boiler room since 2009, you know. Same with Jason Voorhees, you know. They haven't had him come out of fucking Camp Crystal Lake since 2009 as well. So those franchises, they make tons of money on low budget. And yet they're fucking not moving or progressing. So it isn't all just about that. I mean, it really is crazy. Hell yeah, but we appreciate that. Dan from LA coming through. I liked Rob Zombie's Hollow. I do too. I do too, because at least you could say that Rob Zombie did something different. And, you know, the Munsters, I couldn't finish the Munsters. It's just not really my cup of tea. I'm not saying it's a bad film. I mean, maybe I need to give it another shot. But, you know, he did something different with that. Apparently the studio didn't let him shoot it in black and white, which actually makes sense because, you know, no one's going to want to sit there and watch a black and white film in 2022. But maybe it doesn't make sense. Regardless, apparently he wasn't allowed to shoot it in black and white. Or it wasn't allowed to be in black and white or what have you. So he went the total opposite direction and made it like, you know, he Rob Zombie it. He sprinkled his Rob Zombie flavor on it, and people got mad about it. Like, that's not the Munsters. And that's what Rob Zombie did with his Halloween. But it says that on the title card. It says Rob Zombie's Halloween, and then people go in expecting John Carpenter's film rehashed. It's like, well, that's sort of what his remake is in Halloween 2007. You know, the first part is a Rob Zombie film. The second part that, you know, more people like is kind of a retread of John Carpenter with some Rob Zombie stuff sprinkled in. But you look at Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 from 2009, and that's a full-blown Rob Zombie film. And that's why people hate it, because they just can't detach themselves from what Michael Myers should be. It's like, Michael Myers should never take his mask off. Michael Myers should never talk. It's like, I don't mind it, because it's Rob Zombie's iteration of Michael Myers. We've already seen Michael Myers not talk, so maybe let's get him to talk. You have to do something different. You have to do something different. You can't just sit there and do the same thing over and over and over again and expect people to show up. Now, with this show, we do that all the time. We just come out here and sit around and blab our mouth. But, the Halloween franchise is actually an established franchise. 44 years. They've been making the same films. But I do sorely think that Dr. Loomis is a presence that is missing in this new timeline. Now, again, they had him in a flashback scene in Halloween Kills last year, and I think they pulled that off elegantly. I think having Dr. Loomis in Halloween Kills and having it done in a graceful manner was actually fantastic. And people were bitching about that, like, oh my God, that sounds nothing like Donald Pleasance. It's like, dude, he was in the fucking little flashback for like 4 seconds, 5 seconds with like 2 lines. It's like, Jesus Christ. I thought the Marvel fanboys were bad, but when they see Halloween Ends, this is why I can't wait. When they see Halloween Ends, the reactions online are going to be crazy. And another thing that I wanted to talk about, and let's pull this up on the screen here, because no one's covering this here, to my knowledge. Let me type this in and see if we can get some information. Halloween Ends. Okay. I'm going to type this in here, and yeah, there are no articles about it, but here's what I have heard. Here's what I've heard, and this is crazy. Okay, so not only is this obviously coming to Peacock day one, in addition to being in theaters, but with that said, the review embargo, and this is very important for this film, okay? The review embargo is apparently, for Halloween Ends, okay? The review embargo for Halloween Ends is apparently not lifting until this Thursday, okay? This Thursday. That's when the movie comes out, folks. Now, you could argue they don't want those reviews out because it could potentially spoil the entire thing that's going on with Halloween Ends. And even though it's kind of already known within the diehard community, the diehard fan base, and what have you, but a lot of normies just think this is Michael Myers going up against Laurie Strode. And I hate to break it to you, but there's a little bit more to the film than that, okay? There's a little bit more to the film than that. And, maybe that's what is ultimately happening here with this review embargo, because the review embargo does not end until Thursday. That's when practically the movie is out for early screenings. Okay, I'm going to go see the movie in theaters more than likely this Thursday. I'm not waiting until it's on Peacock. Fuck that shit. I got to see how this fucking shit ends. I'm sorry, guys. They got me. They got my fat ass in that theater, okay? Because I need to know how this film ends. I know how it ends, but I kind of don't. You know what I mean? And I have to see the execution, because the execution here is what ultimately matters, okay? You can read about it, you can see the spoilers, but at the end of the day, to see it play out on the screen, this is big. This is crazy. So again, it could mean that they're waiting because they don't want people to get spoiled, because if people hear about what happens in this movie, they might say that's total garbage, because it does sound stupid. It sounds a tad bit silly. But ultimately, again, the execution is the main thing here, and if they can pull it off in a way that makes sense, then that's all that matters. But the reality of the situation is that it could also be this review embargo, which doesn't expire until Thursday, which is when the movie basically comes out. It could be to hide bad reviews like the games industry does. Just like Cyberpunk, CD Projekt Red did with Cyberpunk, the console version. The embargo didn't lift until basically the fucking game was out one day before the game, December 9th. Came out on December 10th. So they wait until the very last minute until they can post reviews, because I think this is going to be the most divisive film. Halloween Ends, in my opinion, is going to be based off of what I read on paper here, okay? Halloween Ends is going to be easily the most divisive film in the entire franchise. Halloween Ends, well, that's because I'm a hardcore fan. If I were a casual fan, I'd watch this on Peacock. If you have Comcast, it's included. Peacock's included, so it's basically free. But what I'm telling you is that the review embargo is a big factor here. Okay, this could either mean they're hiding spoilers, which makes sense because there's something else going on in this film that isn't being shown in the trailers. Like, they're literally cutting around it. And that's fantastic because they're not revealing it. A lot of people are going to go to this movie not even knowing what it is. Like, oh, we want to see Michael versus Laurie. Yeah, you're going to get Michael versus Laurie, no doubt about it. But you're also going to get something a little bit more than that, okay? And it might piss a lot of people off, actually. It's going to piss a ton of people off. Let's wait for this truck to pass. Let's wait for this truck to pass because it's loud as shit out here. Okay, so with that said, again, let's recap here. Halloween ends October 14th on Peacock and in theaters that day. So it's coming to streaming again day one on Peacock, okay? A lot of people were saying, well, that's a massive red flag. This is going to be a total failure. They don't have confidence in this. Okay, and then the review embargo is not up until this Thursday. So they're premiering this film tomorrow in Hollywood. Okay, I was actually going to go out there, but obviously that didn't happen. So they're premiering this film tomorrow out on that boulevard. Okay, I'm sure they're setting it up right now. But with that said, they're premiering it tomorrow. When people see the film tomorrow, they're not going to be able to talk about it. Unless this embargo talk is wrong, which I don't think it is, because it's from a reliable source. So tomorrow they premiere it on Hollywood Boulevard for the industry people and what have you, however that shit works. But I don't think anyone's going to be allowed to talk about it until Thursday. Is that a red flag? Oh man. It's funny how no one's talking about this right now. Like, I understand it's Michael Myers, it's Halloween, it's not Marvel, it's not massive shit. But, you know, these films are still pretty fucking big. And the Halloween franchise survived for 44 years. So at the end of the day, I think that speaks for something. And the fact that no one's talking about this and they think this is some generic... And, you know, granted, it is kind of generic. I mean, there's only so much you could do with the fucking mass killer roaming the streets. I mean, that shit just gets old no matter how many times you want to, you know, play around with that idea. But at the end of the day, it is going to be very interesting to see the reactions when this bitch drops. It's going to be very interesting to see the reactions when Halloween Ends comes out and you're able to talk about it, you're able to review it, and so on and so forth. It's going to be so interesting, folks. It's going to be so interesting. It won't be the last movie. Well, within this timeline, it will be. Within this timeline from David Gordon Green, within this current sphere of that, with that in mind, with these people in current collaboration that have made the film, it is the end. It is the end. Never say never, of course, but I don't know if we're going to see Michael Myers back up on the big screen. And even if we do, even if you're right, even if there is going to be another Halloween film, you could just sit there and say, well, if this makes a boatload of money, they're going to make another one, sure. But it doesn't mean that they're going to have to immediately do it. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that they're going to have to immediately announce another fucking film, because people are going to ultimately, if they just keep doing that shit, they're going to get burnt out on it. You know, like Guitar Hero and Rock Band. People got burnt out on that shit, and those games were massive. You know, the peak of their popularity, everyone and their grandma was playing that shit. No one plays that shit anymore because it fizzled out. People got bored and tired of it, you know? So there's only so long you can keep people attached and before they say we're done. And I'm surprised Marvel, holy fuck, whoever's in charge of all of that. I mean, I know they have hundreds and hundreds of people doing that shit. Those are big-time productions, but I mean, the fact that they can get people to go watch another Batman film, the fact that they can go get people to watch another fucking Spider-Man film, the fact that they can go watch Iron Man Resurrect from the Dead, or whatever the fuck's going on with, you know, another Thor movie, like, who watches any of that stuff? I don't understand. But, you know, hey, if it floats their boat, that's fantastic. But the fact that they've been able to do that for over a decade, well over a decade, Marvel, with these Marvel films and how they're all connected and all of this shit, like, it's actually very, it's an achievement. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is an achievement. Absolutely. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is an achievement. And they have already announced, like, what's coming within the next, like, what, 10 years or some shit? It's crazy. You know, there's a new Black Panther coming out. There's a new Black Panther coming out. I thought Black Panther died. There's a new Black Panther coming out. So they're just continuing to make it happen regardless of whether or not... It's crazy. I thought Thor killed all of the heroes, and yet they're somehow still alive. How is Thor alive? I went to see the new Thor movie, and I was under the... I was under this thinking that Thanos killed him. He snapped his finger and everyone disappeared. Why is there a new Thor movie? I'm not even joking. Like, I don't understand. But then again, I'm not smart. Marvel Studios. Phase 5. There's phases? You have Ant-Man and the Wasp, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3? Bro, what is the movie where Thanos snaps his hand and everyone dies? That was the end right there. So they're just going to make infinite prequels to that? Or was it all a dream? I don't understand any of this shit. But the point is that they pulled it off, and it is insane to me. Because that shit's never going to end. I mean, they had to bring back fucking Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield for the new Spider-Man. You know what I mean? They brought back the old Spider-Man guys. You know what I mean? The boomers. Tobey Maguire, a boomer. Andrew Garfield. They had to bring those guys back in the new Spider-Man universe just to get people in the fucking theater day one. And it worked. I mean, holy shit, the hype for that film when it was coming out last year was insane. The leaks were like, oh, that's not, those are Photoshop leaks. And it's like, no, it's not. They're actually in the movie. Could you imagine had that not leaked? Had that not leaked, and they brought back Tobey Maguire, they brought back Andrew Garfield, and if you went into the theater not even knowing any of that, like that would have been so much more impactful. But everyone knew that they were in the fucking film because it leaked like 2 months beforehand. Like they were in front of a green screen with their Spider-Man suits on, and it's like, or a blue screen rather, and it's like, bro, they're in the film. Like that's not something, you know. I just don't understand how many times you can. What is that new Rock movie? The Rock's in a new movie. What is it called? I'm on the Wikipedia here looking. What is this called here? So you have the new Black Panther coming out. Thor, Love and Thunder. I went to see that. I didn't. Someone in LA took me to see it. What is that new? Huh. Is that not a part of the Marvel Universe? The Rock superhero film. It's literally Black Adam. What is Black Adam? Is that not Marvel? Or is that DC? Black Adam, when does it come out? October 21st? What? I don't even know what it is. Okay, it's DC. Oh my God. How many of these movies can they just fucking make? Like, but you know, since Halloween doesn't have like half of the fan base that this shit has, they have to kind of, they can't just regurgitate it over and over again. I mean, they have, but I think after Halloween ends, it's going to have to just, you know, there's going to be a cool down phase. And that's kind of the route that I think they're going to have to take, unless they can come up with something that is interesting and a bit different. But, you know, there's only so much more you can do. I mean, they've already brought back John Carpenter to do the score for these 3 films. And apparently the score for Halloween Ends is the best one yet. That's what I've heard, okay? The score for Halloween Ends is actually very interesting. I think it's a bit different from what I've heard. Could be wrong. But, you know, they brought back John Carpenter to do the score and to get his approval. Of course, he loves it because he loves that they keep making Halloween films. I'd love it too. I mean, shit. You know, it's his baby, and they keep making them 44 years later. He's still getting paid. I mean, at the end of the day, why would John Carpenter give a shit if they keep making them? I mean, at the end of the day, he's probably in favor of remakes because it benefits him. And, you know, who cares? He already made the movie he wanted to make. He already tried to do what he wanted to do with the franchise. But obviously, you got producers that say, hey, man, that ain't going to work. Let's see the return of Michael Myers. That's why Halloween 4, they brought back Michael Myers, because Halloween 3 just didn't pan out. The fans were like, well, we want Michael Myers and all of that shit. But they were trying to go a totally different direction with Halloween. And I thought Halloween 3 is actually one of the best in the entire franchise. I think it fits right in with the franchise. It takes place on Halloween. It's, you know, got the themes of Halloween. And Michael Myers is actually in it on the television screen in the bar. So, I mean, fuck it. You can't say he's not in it because he is. So I thought that approach would have been interesting, to tell a new story on Halloween. And, you know, maybe there's a way they can do that again and actually keep Michael Myers in it, but not have the whole fucking story surrounding Michael Myers. I mean, maybe you can, there's probably ways to do this. Where, you know, obviously Michael Myers is there, but he's more on the back burner. There's something that recently did that. It's like the Beetlejuice film, Tim Burton's Beetlejuice. Dude, Beetlejuice is in the movie for like 10 minutes. If you total all his scenes up, Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice in the Tim Burton Beetlejuice, he's in the movie for like 12 minutes. Dead ass. He's not even in the movie. Beetlejuice screen time, Michael Keaton. Let's see if it's possible. He's in the movie for 14 minutes. You have a movie called Beetlejuice and the goddamn character's not even in the movie for 14 minutes. Michael Keaton is only in Beetlejuice as Beetlejuice for 14 minutes. That's insane. So if they reboot Halloween and do something new with it in that sense where maybe Michael takes a backseat, they could still, I think, do that and they can please the hardcore fans without removing Michael entirely. You know what I mean? So I think a TV show at this point, after Halloween ends, regardless of whether or not it's a success, regardless of, I think that's how they're going to have to do it, unless they can figure out a way to, could you imagine if they brought back Rob Zombie? There's no way. I mean, I'd see it. We're giving Rob Zombie another chance to remake Halloween. No, he wouldn't do that. There's nothing more you can do. There's only so much you can do with this shit. It's just the fucking killer that has a mask on. Like, yeah, Michael has, the mystique about him and the creepiness factor, and, what we don't know is actually more powerful than what we do know. That's in regards to the Michael Myers character, the shape. The shape. Michael Myers, the shape. I gotta stop talking. But do you guys understand that there's a difference, okay? There's a difference. Michael Myers is not the shape. Oh, man. I just can't wait. I can't wait to see the horror community just like go crazy with this film. Oh my God. It's going to be amazing, dude. Because either people are going to love this and say, holy shit, they tried something different, or they're going to really hate it. Although some people might be in the middle and say it was mediocre. They tried to do something different. It didn't stick to landing or what have you. There's just many ways that people can come away from Halloween Ends in just a few days here and, see where it sticks and see where it lands with the community here. Michael Myers is finally supernatural. Well, that's the thing. They never could figure that out here with this new trilogy. Bro, how is Michael Myers human in this new trilogy? And I'm pretty sure that's where they wanted to go. I'm pretty sure that's where they wanted to go with this new franchise. They wanted to make Michael Myers human. How the hell is he human? Bro, he just took on a fucking mob in Halloween Kills and survived all of that. Like, there's no way he's human. Like, he might have a few human elements, but the supernatural aspect is still there. So I don't know. I don't think the consistency here with this trilogy is actually when this has, when the dust settles and this has more time to breathe and it's all said and done and all three movies have been out for a while, a lot of the fans are going to go back and start looking at it from a different lens because it's still all new. It's still like the current format, timeline, and what have you. But, like they do the older films, they go back and they tear them apart like they do Rob Zombie's films. And a lot of people are going to come away from this and say, holy shit, like none of this makes any sense. When you really think about it, like this trilogy makes no sense. It's like all random shit, dude. It's like, okay, in Halloween 2018, he breaks out after 40 years. Okay? He breaks out after 40 years. He's back on the loose. Laurie Strode is prepared. She's been waiting for this day. She has all the guns in her basement. And, at the end of the film in Halloween 2018, they burn him alive in the house. And then all of a sudden in Halloween Kills, he I don't even know how he escapes. I can't remember. What did they do in Halloween Kills? They show him in the basement and he's still alive. Like, they don't even explain it, which, I mean, I guess makes sense. You don't need to keep explaining shit with that character, but at the same time, it's like, maybe that's kind of lazy writing. I mean, I don't know. But, and none of it really makes any sense. It's just kind of like random scenes thrown together. It's like, oh, Michael's back on the loose. This one, I think there's more meat on this bone here for Halloween Ends than previous. Than Kills, definitely. Kills is basically just like, okay, he's back on the loose. Laurie Strode's in the hospital. because it takes place.
First name last name donated £5 through
Why
Super
is this still
Chat.
on the screen?
Don't worry about the script of Halloween Ends, they will fix it with the day one patch. It's over.
Well, no, they don't. Well, they do that before the movie comes out. That's why they do test screenings, because they look at the feedback and they panic. These studios do these test screenings, and they actually did a bunch of reshoots for Halloween Ends in June. So they did more filming in June, probably to film different endings, because, you know, maybe the first ending that they went with didn't really stick to the landing in terms of when they previewed it for that test screening audience. They looked at the feedback and said, holy fuck, we got to actually do something a little different here. So they are literally taking the opinion of, like, how many people fit in a theater? Like maybe 20, 30, 40, 50. I don't know how many people go to theaters. But regardless, they're taking those opinions at those test screenings very, very fucking seriously. And as such, they make changes before the actual thing happens. So they did more shooting for Halloween Ends this June, which is actually crazy. And so there's no room for, and that's great that, you know, that's still a thing. I mean, once the movie's made, it's locked. You know, it's called the picture lock, and that's it. There is no fucking around with the film. It's been done for probably over a month now, in terms of actually, I don't even know, but there is a thing actually called picture lock, and they cannot fuck with the film from that point going forward. It is totally done. That's the end of it. So I'm glad it's not like the games industry where we can just like throw things out and then redo the whole fucking game based off of like some I can't with the games industry anymore. It's so fucking, it's children's toys. I'm done with it. I'm done with it, man. I can't sit around and play these games that are meant for 5-year-olds. You know, I can't do it. You're not seeing another Max Payne. Oh, we're gonna remake Max Payne because we're out of ideas, you know. Great, gonna water it down, gonna fucking, you think they're gonna show the, no, they're not going to show any of that shit in the new Max Payne games. It's freaking, who's making the new Max Payne games? And the reason why I brought up Max Payne is because that's mature. It's not for kids. They don't make games like that anymore. It doesn't sell. Max Payne, who's making this shit? Remedy? They're woke as fuck, dude. Oh, Lord. Remedy in 2022? Take it and leave it. You want to see Max Payne 1 and 2 remade by the Remedy of today? That studio is woke. Okay? They're literally hiring, it says. Maybe I should go over there and help them out. You know, it's going to be watered down garbage, better graphics, and the normies are going to love it. Like, oh my God, Max Payne. The boomers are going to have nostalgia for it, so they go out and buy it day one. It's total trash. It's total trash. Yeah, it's on Peacock day one, guys. So you don't have to go to the theater. Now, if you had to go to the theater, I think this would be a total failure. Because I can't gauge the hype. The hype of the Halloween franchise is a bit of a different beast. Although the trailer got like how many views? 10 million views within like 2 weeks? That's not too fucking shabby. Let me see. Halloween Ends. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate it. First name, last name coming through. The final trailer 13 days ago, 10 million views. So that's actually pretty fucking good in my opinion. Considering this is the third film, it's the end, and they have the ends plastered all over the fucking thumbnail. And this will end. I'm telling you guys right here, right now, I have read the final scene. I know what the final scene here is in Halloween Ends. This is going to end. But it's going to end in a way... Let me think how to word this. Let's just say it is going to end, but I'll leave it at that. But there is definitive closure here in Halloween Ends. You are going to get definitive closure. You're going to get definitive closure, but that's all I can say. You're going to get definitive closure in Halloween Ends, but... And I think just reading... Because at first I'm like, you know, this is trash. When I see this film, I'm probably going to be angry, okay? I'm going to be very upset. And Jamie Lee Curtis said that. It's going to piss people off. And she's not wrong. That's not a bullshit fucking, you know, way to hype it up. Like, at the end of the day, Halloween fans are going to be fucking pissed, okay? Halloween fans are going to be fucking pissed. We're talking about the hardcore fans that just live and breathe this stuff, that have all of the masks in their basement and what have you. They're going to be upset, okay? There's no way they're going to be able to walk out of this theater and say, wow. They might say wow, but they might say wow in a way that's like, holy fucking shit, how could they? You know what I mean? But if you're looking for definitive closure here, this is the end of Halloween. This is the end of Halloween. So I'm just going to leave it at that in terms of talking about what happens, even though I didn't say anything. Although I said too much already. I mean, yeah, I mean, they can always remake Halloween, and that's what they're going to have to do. I mean, you can't, you know, some people were saying, oh, we need this character return from Halloween 4. It's like, bro, you can't, no one's going to know who that is. You know what I mean? That movie's from like 1988. They want Jamie Lloyd to return, Danielle Harris to return. And it's like, yeah, she's great. She's a great actress, and she was fantastic in Rob Zombie's Halloween and Halloween 2. But I think that was the closure for that character, even though she played a different character. But she's already contributed to the Halloween franchise. So bringing that character back, like, no one knows who that is. I mean, outside of the hardcore fans. You know, they're making these films for the normies. That's why they brought back Laurie Strode. It's like, well, yeah, Laurie Strode, that's synonymous with Michael Myers. You bring back Laurie Strode and you pay Jamie Lee Curtis like $10 million to be in a fucking movie, so be it, you know? I mean, shit. I'm fine with it. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if they can pull it off in a way that makes sense, it's still going to piss people off, though. But I don't think people are going to fully understand it. Because what I talked about earlier, that I don't want to repeat now, because it might actually, you might actually start picking up on it, and it might spoil it for you. But what I said earlier, it really starts to make sense. Well, some people have said that, you know, the Laurie Strode character, they're sick and tired of seeing Laurie Strode be at the forefront of this franchise. They've had her come back and this, that, and the third. And it's like, I get it, but, you know, what more can you do? Really, I mean, sit down with a piece of paper right now and start thinking of ways on how to reinvent this. Let's say they call you up and they say they want you to write and direct the next Halloween film in the next 10 years. Okay, how do you fucking do that? We're just going to rehash what has already been successful? I mean, that gets old. I mean, at the same time, I get it. Yeah, they're going to remake it. They're going to reboot it. It doesn't mean they're going to do it anytime soon. But they're going to have to reboot it. If they want to bring this back or do some TV show that's, you know, super trendy garbage that, you know, what was that one thing they did? Psycho. They brought back Psycho as a TV series. I mean, you got to be fucking kidding me, bro. Psycho as a TV series, 2013 to 2017. I haven't watched one episode. And I bet it's terrible. But is Norman Bates in this shit? You know what I mean? Well, that's not what I was looking for. I don't know how they pulled that off. But I'm assuming you can't just regurgitate, okay, Norman Bates owns the hotel and he's secretly like a, you know. There's only so many ways you can pull this off. Bro, who's commenting on my Far Cry 6 video, dude? Like, why would you guys defend Far Cry 6? Dude, that game just came out again, and it's like, here's the Game of the Year edition, but it's not a free update. It's like, no one wants to, it's not even worth free to play. Ubisoft is crazy. They better not, well, like I said, you know, people are going to be mad about this film, and I can't tell you why. We're just going to have to come back out here after the movie has come out and have this review session. That's what we're going to have to do, because at the end of the day, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, because if you don't know anything about it, I mean, shit, it loses sort of some of its appeal. I mean, I literally know the final shot of the film. I mean, unless the leaks are fake, which I don't think they are. I see where they're going with this. But people are going to be pissed. People are going to be pissed, folks. People are going to be pissed. It's so sad. I already have my tickets. I'm ready. That's what we're talking about. Let's go. I'll go with you guys, okay? If you're in the area, hit me up. We'll go see this together and get mad together, okay? It'll be like a great date. Okay, great date. Oh, man. I just can't wait to... Like I said, the reviews for this film do not come out until Thursday, which is practically when the movie comes out. So to me, that's crazy. But, you know, again, they could be... We don't know why they're doing it, but I'm assuming they're doing it to... You know, because they... I mean, the critics hate horror movies. Roger Ebert hated a bunch of fucking horror movies. Even some of the classics. So a lot of critics just think horror movies are trash and they're... you know... So these movies don't tend to do all that well anyway, even if it's quality within the horror community. Even if the horror community says, holy fucking shit, like this is actually great, the critics usually take it down a notch and say it's trash. You know, everyone's entitled to the opinion, but that's probably why they're holding back reviews, not only for spoilers, but if this does tank critically, if it's panned critically, those reviews aren't out before this shit hits the theaters because, you know, it could potentially impact sales, even though it's on Peacock day one. So I think it's a smart play. I think it's a smart move, really, to be honest. Because you can hold it back for spoilers. In addition, if it tanks critically, you can hold it back for that reason as well. So you don't let anyone talk about this until Thursday, which is when the embargo expires. Yeah, come with World Class. Let's watch Halloween Ends, the final film in the theaters. The final film in the Halloween franchise, right here. You guys don't think it is going to be, but it is. Because I know the message, based off of the final shot, I understand the message. And I think it's going to go over some people's heads. It's not that complicated. But if I can figure it out, then it makes sense to me. And what I said earlier really is what they're doing. Okay? And you know, they've kind of built up to this too. There's tons of scenes in Halloween 2018 that show what they're going for. There's a specific moment, very specific moment. It's played out a long time. You know, it's actually a big scene in Halloween Kills that showcases what they're going for. But it doesn't mean that people aren't. People are still going to be fucking pissed. But maybe not. Maybe not because I just can't talk about this film until it comes out. There's literally no way to talk about this because it's not like, you know, Marvel where we could talk like about one fucking character and how they're going to handle Iron Man and, you know, is David Gordon-Levitt, whatever the fuck that character's name is, you know, the actor, like how are they going to handle him? Is he going to come back for Iron Man? Arthur Morgan coming through, hell yeah, brother, we appreciate you. It's over. It's so incredibly sad. Well, this is the end. It's called Halloween Ends for a reason, folks. They're putting the stamp on it, they're ending it, it's over. Now, to what extent is going to be the big question? To what extent is going to be the big question? Laurie Strode and Michael Myers have a baby. They're going to reboot it. Not Michael Myers' first baby? No, what do you mean, dude? That's some Chucky shit, bro. Dude, if you guys watch Seed of Chucky, that's some trash. That's the worst film, bro. And that's basically what the Chucky TV show is now. It's basically Seed of Chucky stretched out into a TV show. Like, no one wants to watch that, dude. I mean, I know it has its audience, but like, bro, you got Brad Dourif back, and he sounds horrible. It's like, I know the guy's like 80 years old. He's a great actor. But like, bro, it is time to move the wheels on that shit. Like, No, it's not like a Rockstar game where everyone. I can't say anymore. I've already kind of told you the ending. I kind of told you the ending out here if you really put it together without saying it, obviously. If it's woke, no, it's not going to be woke. If you want to see woke, watch Chucky season 2. I don't even know what woke means, but if it's the casual definition of that, whatever that even entails, I'm assuming that fits that. So go watch Chucky season 2, or season 1 for that matter, season 1 or 2, and that's if you want to see woke, that's what that is. I'm assuming. The Seed of Myers. Oh my God. No, they can't do that. I mean, dude, that's like putting Michael Myers in space. No one's going to see that shit. You can put Jason in space. You can put Nightmare on Elm Street. And you can put Freddy Krueger. You know, it'd be very interesting to see what they would do with Freddy Krueger. Although they put Freddy Krueger in this new era, like, you know, in 2009. And they didn't do anything really with it. I mean, it was basically style over substance. And they went with this weird angle where it's like, this is why everyone hates Freddy Krueger. And it's like, well, damn, they're going blunt and bold in that direction, and I guess, you know, that's more of a fucking fucked up direction to take that in, because it's really fucking dark and it's horrible, it's terrible, but it just you know, it just doesn't really work. So that's why that, I think, fell flat on its face. I think the direction for the Nightmare on Elm Street remake from 2009 wasn't that bad, but the script was absolute shit. I don't know who approved that trash, but bro, like, I don't know who thought that was a great idea. Like, oh, let's make a dark one. Let's make a dark Nightmare on Elm Street. It's been too comical. And it's like, well, that's an interesting approach, but my God, they were just blunt and bold with it, where it's like, okay, now no one, like, you know, people are there to see Freddy Krueger, and when you say that Freddy Krueger did this and that, it's like Freddy Krueger is no longer that cool anymore, you know, because it wasn't ever, like, fucking confirmed. It was, like, alluded to in the original franchise. But they went in a different direction with it. I guess, you know, you got to applaud them for that. But that's why that shit's been dead for so long. And then, you know, Jason Voorhees, they basically had him smoking weed in that remake. Michael Bay's Jason Voorhees, when that shit came out in 2009, bro, the plot of that movie is literally teenagers go to Camp Crystal Lake, they find like a pot farm or some shit, and it's Jason Voorhees' land, so he gonna fucking kill the people that come into his fucking pot farm, and it's like, what is this? That's the whole fucking plot of the movie. That is literally, I mean, it's an entertaining film, but like,
Saulus Vectoris donated €2 through Super Chat. Died in Halloween 2, end of a story. Move on.
Well, they tried to. That's what John Carpenter wanted to do. He wanted to move the wheels. But you can only move the wheels so far when the audience is demanding something more. You know what I mean? So it's just really the way the cookie crumbles. Saulus coming through with the 2. But yeah, he did die. That was how it was written. He literally died with Loomis at the end of Halloween 2. Loomis literally sacrificed his life at the end of Halloween 2, and as such, they both perished in the fire. That was the end. So yeah, the whole damn thing should have ended right then and there. The whole damn thing should have ended right then and there. But it didn't. What's so bad about Jamie Lee Curtis? No, I think she's a great actress, and I think she brings something to the table here. But I mean, that Laurie Strode character is just kind of getting tiresome at this point. But again, after this trilogy, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. What's wrong with you, man? Nothing. Although there might be everything wrong with me. It really depends on your interpretation. Garbage plot. Yeah, well, that's the problem with it. I think if it had a better script, the Nightmare on Elm Street reboot, it could have held up better. But you know, they turned the character into someone that isn't like cool anymore. It's just, no one wanted to like go in that direction with Freddy Krueger. It's like, it's stupid. It's really dumb. They should have done a follow-up to H2O. Well, they did. It's Resurrection. Halloween Resurrection. She chops Michael's head off at the end of H2O. That would have been a perfect ending. But they just couldn't handle it, and they had to make Resurrection because they said, well, fuck it. This is working, it's making sense, and as such, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Well, they should have included Halloween 2. They should have included, I know that's the only, it's a trilogy, okay? It starts off after Halloween 78, but they should have included Halloween 2 because in Halloween 2018, they're like, oh my God, Michael Myers is this big threat. You know, Michael Myers he's escaped. Okay, so this is what doesn't make sense, okay? This is what makes zero fucking sense. They should have incorporated Halloween 2, because had you incorporated Halloween 2, Michael Myers is much more menacing because he killed more people. In Halloween 1, he kills like what, 4 people, 3 people? Not many people. In Halloween 1978, Michael Myers doesn't kill many people. He kills the car mechanic, he kills Annie, he kills Linda, a dog. Okay, that's like 3 or 4 people. Now, if you included Halloween 2, there's a few more kills in there, and that totals up the kill count. But what they've done here in this new trilogy is they continued after Halloween 78, and now all of a sudden, Michael Myers is this big threat. He killed like 3 people 40 years ago. Why is Laurie Strode freaking out in the basement? Well, yeah, her friends died that night, but it's not like Michael Myers was this, slasher killer roaming around the whole fucking Haddonfield, because none of that existed in this timeline. There is no Halloween 2 in this timeline, which is stupid because it doesn't build up Michael Myers. So this entire idea of like, oh, I'm Laurie Strode and I got 400 guns in my basement and I'm waiting for Michael Myers he's escaped. Okay. He killed 2 people, 3 people. They're acting as if... So the whole premise of this trilogy doesn't really hold up well, in my opinion, because like I said, had they included Halloween 2, 1981, then it's like, okay, he escaped after 40 years. Now it makes sense why Laurie Strode prepared in that basement. But when he only killed like 2 to 3 people, it's like, I'm assuming she would have moved on after 40 years, but she's still thinking about Michael Myers. I just think that could have been fleshed out a tad bit more. But, whatever, it is what it is. Well, there's something in the new Halloween, and I'm not even going to bring it up because it's so fucking nerdy. But there's something that I noticed that I can't help but cringe at it. And it has nothing to do with the plot. I mean, it's just... There's a radio DJ scene, and I cringed at it because whoever was in charge of that has absolutely no idea how any of that works in terms of being a radio DJ. So, I mean, it's not a big deal. No one literally cares, but it's so funny when I see that scene in the TV show, the clips rather, the TV spots. You can pretend it ended after 2. Well, I can pretend it ended after 1. I don't even think Halloween 2 is necessary, to be honest. I think had they just ended it, and John Carpenter wanted it that way too. That's why he didn't direct Halloween 2. He didn't direct Halloween 2. I think he had to come in to reshoot some things or add more gore to it because that was the trend at the time. And it's like, whatever. If he doesn't have passion for it and he's just there for the paycheck, who fucking even cares? You know what I mean? Throw some more gore in it just for the sake of doing it because that's what happened with, that's what happened with the current, Jason Voorhees was out by then and what have you. So the slasher shit was going on for a while there. But it took them how many years to make Halloween 2? 1978 to 1981, that's like, what, 4 years? Like 3 years. They didn't immediately make a sequel. And then they did. And it was just basically a rehash of the first. But this time they introduced the fact that Laurie Strode and Michael Myers are brothers. Brother and sister. That whole fucking thing. And, I guess that adds some more reason as to why Michael Myers is roaming the streets. But now they've gone away with that in this timeline, this new timeline. Because they're just random people now, which it still doesn't even make sense. When you start adding all of this up, it makes 0 sense. It really makes 0 sense. Well, I think Halloween 281 is actually better than the original. I mean, it's scarier than the original, bro. You got Michael Myers in that hospital roaming around, that dimly lit hospital roaming around. I think that's actually pretty terrifying. The music's actually, I think it's a way spookier film than the first one, to be totally frank. Absolutely. Michael walks slow as fuck. Well, that's what actually makes it more scary. He's like a robot, bro. He's like a robot. All right, what do we want to do, folks? We could take calls, but, if we're not going to discuss the topic at hand, then I'm not too interested in doing that. We could play the Halloween game. If you guys want to play the Halloween game out here, I have that with us here. We can play the Halloween game again. We could try and beat it, but I don't know where to find the bullets. So maybe if someone in the chat could help us out on that, we could potentially complete the game. I've never seen the ending. You're supposed to destroy Michael Myers, but I don't have enough bullets to do it. So we could fire that up if you guys want to see that. Unless we want to continue talking about this here. Who in here has seen the new Hellraiser? Hellraiser on Hulu. Who in here? Guys, it's Halloween. It's Halloween time. It's October. The dead leaves are on the dirty ground out here. Literally, okay? So, you know, let's enjoy it while it lasts before the snow comes in and everything turns to total garbage. Do something funny? How much you gonna pay? Jeez. You want entertainment, but you don't want to pay. Sad. Well, guys, if you want to play the game, we can play the game. But I'm going to have to plug in the extender here, the battery extension. There's no video game news to talk about, which is why we're not covering that. We're going to probably just cover Halloween Ends until it comes out this Thursday. I mean, unless something happens that's actually worthwhile. I mean, if Kojima's game gets announced, obviously we'll cover that or some shit, but like, that's what it's going to have to take. It's going to have to take Rockstar, it's going to have to take Kojima, you know, something of that nature, of magnitude, to get me to even care about this fucking dead medium at this point. I just can't. Like, I don't care about the new God of War. I don't care about Call of Duty. I mean, Need for Speed Unbound looks okay. But am I going out day one to spend $70 on that? Like, I don't need another racing game. I mean, how many times can you make you want to talk about rehash? The Hollywood is less of a rehash than the games industry. The games industry, people figured out how to make Pong, and then they never evolved from that. Dead ass. That's what the games industry is. We are still literally killing anything that moves on the screen that's a red dot. Like, you tell me how that's an evolution after, what, 50 years? When did Pong come out? 68? That's like the first game, right? Pong release date. 72? Okay, so 72. 1972 minus 2022. That's so for 50 years the games industry has not evolved. "50 years, you're still, what are you doing in Far Cry?" It's literally Pac-Man. Well, I guess Pong wasn't what I was thinking of. Pac-Man, rather. Pac-Man, you just kill the dots on the screen. You eat the shit, you eat the fruit, and they become susceptible, and then you consume. That's how that works, right? I never played it because it's too hard, but I mean, I played it, but what do you do in the new Far Cry that came out last year that Ubisoft wants you to buy it again? Sit around and do nothing but kill enemies that move on the screen. Literally no different than Pac-Man. So for 50 years, the industry has not evolved. So, I mean, at least Hollywood has evolved. At least Hollywood has evolved. I mean, you can argue they're going to remake and rehash and prequel and sequel, and yeah, they will, but I mean, fuck. Have we seen the new Hellraiser in here? Is anyone listening? Let's do a poll, because it's easier. Hellraiser 2022. Okay. There we go. Vote in the poll if you have seen it, yes. If you have not seen it, no. I'm just curious. I'm not watching it, but I'm assuming some people in here are going to say it's woke. Oh, you guys have seen it? That's bullshit, dude. Dude, you guys are lying. Oh, never mind. It says no. Okay, well, that makes sense. Well, 20% of people in here have seen it, apparently. There's 40 votes. Hollywood has evolved, yeah. More than the games industry. Both industries have been regurgitating the same thing for, decades and decades and decades, but come on, bro. The games industry is not moving anywhere. It's the same shit. You just kill things. Give me a game where you don't kill anything. Why are video games like the fascination with guns and just killing and it's corrupting society? I'm sorry, it is. Okay? I've changed my mind. If you get someone who's mentally unstable to play a shooting video game, it will have an effect on that person. It's the simple reality of it. I mean, imagine if Jeffrey Dahmer had VR back in 1990. He probably wouldn't have continued doing what he did. Because he can do the fantasizing in the VR headset. And, you know, maybe that would have prevented Jeffrey Dahmer from doing what he did and continuing to do that shit. But at the end of the day, technology wasn't available outside of the Virtual Boy. Maybe Jeffrey Dahmer should have bought a Virtual Boy. Okay? But you're not listening. I think Call of Duty inspires people to do stupid shit. They make it so cool, like you're this soldier and you're shooting things. Like, tell me how that doesn't have an impact. It fucking does, man. I'm not saying people are going to go out and do crazy shit after playing a game. But again, if you get that game into someone's hands that isn't all there, it might inspire them or influence them in some capacity. And that's not necessarily a good thing. And you can argue, well, so I'm against video games. I'm anti-gamer in here. So leave the channel if you're a gamer. I'm kidding. All right, let's play this game out here. Got you guys fired up. Got you guys fired up on that one, didn't I? Alrighty, we're gonna play a game out here. So let's go ahead and play this. And you guys are gonna have to give me tips on how to beat this shit. Where's the, there's spiders! Damn, this computer's hot. Alrighty, here's what we're gonna do, folks. We got, let's switch over here. And we're gonna play the Halloween game. This brightness is way too fucking high, bro. Ain't no way that's gonna last long if we keep it up that high. Alrighty, right there. And we're gonna go over here and play this Halloween game, folks at home, okay? Let us call. Well, if you got a serious conversation, I'll give you a different phone number to call in. But until that time, let's go ahead and play this game out here. And let's get a W for the few people that have come through here today to support the show. We do appreciate that. Helps keep it afloat, makes it easier to move the wheels in a way that makes sense. And where is this Halloween game? Oh, it's in this weird folder. Okay. This fucking virus. You gotta launch the executable. This is a virus, dude. Hopefully it works. It worked last time, and we're gonna go ahead and launch it here. Unity crash handler. All right, we clicked on it. I don't know what it's doing. If the computer blue screens, the stream is over. Don't think it will, but let's see if this is on the screen over here. It's not on the screen! Is it on the screen? I guess game capture doesn't work. Let's go to window cap. You gotta fiddle around with this shit. This is why I hate PC gaming. It's trash. You gotta sit out here and fiddle around with things for hours on end. What is that noise? I can't get it to pop up. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is gonna crash something. Hold on here. There we go. I think it's gonna come up on the screen here. There we go. Now you guys are gonna have to give world-class some tips out here because I have absolutely no idea how to beat this game, okay? So make sure you guys, because I can barely see the screen out here. Let's lower this a little bit here. We don't need that big. There we go. So you guys can see more of the game. We're going to go ahead and get started here. This is a little fan-made game. Oh! Let's turn this down. I'm surprised they haven't... 30 frames? Bro, we were getting better frameage last time. Why are we not getting better frameage? Whatever, dude. Shit's already fucked up. 28 frames? Dude, we were getting like 40 frames out here last time. 22 frames? The computer's broke. Fuck it. We're gonna resume the world. This is terrible! Wait, hold on. Is this even plugged in? Oh, shit! What's going on? Is it plugged in? I guess it's plugged in, but I remember the frameage being a lot better. Whatever. Unreal. I mean, just unreal. Let's go answer this here. Oh my God. All right, we answered the phone here. Dude, this is bad. Here, let me see if we can put it on a different setting here. This is just not where it should be, in my opinion here. Let's go into the settings here and start digging around. Put this bitch on high performance. Because clearly this isn't where it should be. Cancel. Oh, the whole thing is lagging, bro. Why is it on silent? There we go. Maybe that's going to have an impact here. I think we're going to break something. Guys, did that change? That literally did it. Oh, yeah. It did it. Yeah, we're at 70 frames now. That's a lot better. We got the computer working harder. Oh my God. Okay, we have to send him to bed, okay? He goes upstairs, then you gotta shut the windows. So let's do that, okay? Now, I've already played a lot of this, so I'm not as scared to it as I once was, but regardless, you know, we're gonna try and complete the game here today with the help of the chat here. We're closing the windows here. This is Halloween the game. We're closing the windows. We gotta go upstairs and close that one window. I gotta turn this brightness up because it is incredibly low, okay? Yeah, in order to play this properly, we gotta see a little bit better. There we go. Alrighty, let's go ahead over here and close this one. All of the windows are closed. We go back downstairs. You know what? Let's go ahead and look for the oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Yeah, really not scary, dude. But so fucking loud. Alright, we got the key. Let's go up the... Oh, never mind. I can't see. Okay, we don't have the key yet. I'm trying to get the bullets ready because I already know how to do all of this shit. Until you get to the part where you need bullets. I don't even know where the gun's at, actually, to be honest with you. Let's press 3. Guys, how's this audio? This shit's loud as fuck in my ear. Bro, I can't see anything, bro. Like, dead ass. I can't see anything. Please! What the fuck? Why is he up here? Why is Tommy out here, dude? Go back to bed, dude. Restore the power? I can't with this game. It's so... Dude, it's literally getting darker, bro. It's literally getting darker. It's literally getting darker. Oh, Lord, have mercy on me. What are we doing? Restore the power. Well, I need the key. Oh my God, this is so tedious. And they place things in different... Damn, 90 frames? Holy fuck. This shit was at 24 earlier. Oh, I guess the game's broke again. I mean, I don't... We're trying to find something that doesn't exist. Huh. Bro, I just had a fucking key. There's no key there. There's no key there. Where would a key be? You know, jeez. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. Oh man. Well, it might be time to restart. I don't know. This game does this shit, bro. I don't know how these streamers complete this shit because it's literally broken, dude. Like I mean, unless the key's in Tommy's room. I mean, he's not even in there. Like, bro, what's with that? Just Makes no sense. Star Wars. What the fuck? I'm done. I'm done. I give up. It just doesn't do much for me anymore. I give up. It's just too hard, folks. It's too hard. It's too hard. I can't with that game. They always move the objectives around. It's just a fucking chore to play. Like every game. What do we want to do here, folks? We're live for an hour and 30 minutes, and we peaked on our numbers. We might be live for Midnight Caller tonight if that is desired, although I don't think it is desired, but we can make it worthwhile, you know? What am I doing here? Okay, let's turn it off performance mode or some shit so we conserve battery out here. Let's just see. It's just, don't ask. Silent. Okay, there we go. Oh, the brightness. Let's see what the chat's saying here. It is over. California power outage. Guys, I'm not in California. We were going to go out there for the Halloween Ends premiere, but it just is too expensive to do it. So, you know, just to cover that, I mean, we would have had to kind of build that up. Because there's nothing new out there outside of that, so. What you mean, bro? Play another game? Well, what do you got? Let me list the games we have here, and we can put. I got some more games installed, guys. If you want to play something else, I mean that's relevant to the discussion. But we can play something else. It doesn't have to be that.
Ricky the Mad Dragons donated $2 through Super Chat. Why hate PC mods? Modders don't make dollar, they do for fun.
Well, they should be making money off of their work. I mean, it's pretty stupid how they don't do that, but regardless, that has nothing to do with it. I just think that the modding scene, it's like what inspires someone to mod something? It's because they're bored of the original game. You know what I mean? So clearly the original game didn't do enough to it's just like this weird never enough fantasy. That's what it is. It's like it's this never good enough fantasy that I just don't agree with. So it's not like the modding themselves, it's not any of that shit. It's just, hey, this game is great, but it's still not good enough. And it's just like, when can we at a certain point in time say, oh my god, the developers hit that home run, it doesn't need anything, it's perfect. And I get it, there's no such thing as a perfect game, but why does every game need a fucking mod shit installed? Like, it would be like if I bought like an old school car and said, well, this engine, we're going to replace it with a modern engine with an old school body. It's no longer that car anymore. And when you mod these games, it's no longer that game anymore. It becomes something else. So I know that's a weird take, but I'm not really against modders. I mean, you know, they've made some cool things. I just don't really agree with modding itself and kind of the mentality behind it. But hey, you know, if that's what you like doing, that's great. It's just not my cup of tea. I don't install mods on my computer. I don't really do any of that unless it's like a photo mod thing where you can, you know, that's a different thing. But if you're adding gameplay things into it or like whole new, like, never was intended to be played that way. So you're basically shitting on the vision of I mean, I guess it depends on what game. If it's like a playground game or some shit like that, it's not really that big of a deal. Nonetheless, we appreciate it. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat coming through. So these are the games that we have installed on the computer out here, right here, folks. Okay, Spec Ops: The Line. Okay, we got Spec Ops: The Line. That's an overrated. Oh, maybe it was good for the time, but everyone hypes that bitch up to the moon and back, like, oh yeah, Spec Ops: The Line is this underrated military shooter, and it's like, it's literally a Gears of War clone. Regardless, that's what we have. Spec Ops: The Line, Deathly Silence. We can play that. I like playing that because that's just like a tech demo. I like playing tech demo shit out here. We can just like fuck around and not, you know, have to like get all invested in this shit. Elden Ring, Alien Isolation, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Death Stranding, Tony Hawk Pro Skater Remake. Terrible game. We have Warzone, but I don't know if that's updated. You got to update that game every fucking day. You know, tear down, Blair Witch, Resident Evil. Blair Witch is a hard game to run. I don't know why it's so hard to run, but Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 2, and GTA 5. So those are the games we can dabble into here for a little bit. But I'm not really interested in playing something that's story related, because that just, you know, let's go ahead and launch into this. Let's see if this one works out here. Oh, it's updating Steam. Great. Yeah, see, that's the problem. You can just constantly update things. It's a never-ending... Dude, why do PC gamers, like, complain about the fact that it's like, whoa, oh my god, Xbox is taking away your ownership. Oh. Like, you've been buying crap on Steam for over a decade, bro. You don't own any of it. I mean, I wouldn't really... It doesn't really matter to me anymore. I was anal about that shit. Like, I need to own these games. I don't care anymore. I don't want to own any of it. I don't care. Half of these games are shit. I don't want to own them. The games I do want to own, I'll go out and buy. Last game I bought, I can't even remember. Okay, so let's launch this here. View update. Why? Literally everything is updated. The game has an update? It's a tech demo. Well, it's going to take 20 years to update. Patching? There's no way, dude. Oh my god. Well, we're waiting for this. It says 4 seconds here. Ready to launch. All right, let's play the game. It's gonna not work probably. No, 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 no! What is it doing? Oh, hell no. Hold on, I gotta figure this one out. All right, let's see if we can. First of all, we gotta change the damn setting again. Still plugged in, and then we gotta pull it up on the screen. Yeah, we need maximum voltage out here. Boom. Oh shit! Did I just? Oh, I thought I closed OBS. Oh, there goes the stream. Not that anyone really is awake in here. Wait, what is going on? Well, this is so fucked up looking. Like it's a small little window and it's. Oh man. Fuck me, dude. Game capture, just please work. No, 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 no. Hold on here. Let me, we gotta figure this out. It's a little bit of a process. Okay. I think it should be working here. There we go. Is it working? Why does it do that? Here, let me get into the game to see if it's working. Oh, Jesus. All right, I'm just going to assume it works. This is a great game. What is this? Let's get the bloody nurse. Here we go, folks. This is one of the best games on Steam. It's free. Uh-oh. Something's gonna crash here, I guarantee it. Oh, this is not good. Guys, is this working? We're gonna have to double check here in a moment. Should be working, but might not be. Holy shit! Kill all the zombies you see. See, this is a great game because this is the epitome of games. There doesn't need to be a story. This is no different than Red Dead 2. Kill all the zombies you see. There you go. I mean, shit. Here we go. Oh! They're coming! They're coming! Come on, bitch. What you got? No story, get you right into the gameplay. This is what we're clamoring for right here. Unbelievably amazing. Reload. Headshot, look at this, headshot. Bam! 3 in a row, baby. Let's move the wheels. Riveting game, I'll tell you. They're coming! Look at that kill streak. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable, folks at home. Hello, you're on the air. Oh, I forgot it's a machine gun. You can hold it down to shoot. Jeez. Done. Get him on it. Next. Done. You know, who's the two-time, you know? Come on, Dr. Disrespect couldn't beat this game. No way. Who the fuck's the two-time? It's world class, baby. No! We're gonna beat this level. It's almost over. It's a great game. You can jump in. You don't have to turn your brain on. Just kill them zombies. Kill the enemies that move on the screen. I mean, you're gonna kill 30 zombies. And we can customize our character. No. If I die, I'm ending the stream. Why doesn't she move? No. Die! All right. I got half on the health. Hopefully you guys are able to see this. I mean, I'm assuming it's working. If it's not, I guess I'll know in a moment. Dead. We got 8 zombies left, folks. 8 zombies left. Boom. Next. This is a riveting game. Literally, it's actually it's made by one guy, I think. It's the best games. We're gonna complete the level. We're gonna complete the level. That's it. There's 2 zombies left. There's no. These are the bosses. Look at this. It's amazing. There you go. Headshot probability. Great stuff. That's a classic. Highly recommended. Did you guys even see that? That's a great game. That's better than any game that came out this year. Better than Elden Ring. It gets right to it. No bullshit. Gets right to it. No bullshit, you know? Gotta love it. Alright, let's turn this down a little bit here so it doesn't get too crazy here. Alright. Let's see how we're handling the battery thing over here. Alright, we got full battery still, folks. Holy shit. We might be able to do a Warzone match, but that takes 400 hours to get into a game on Warzone, dude. You gotta launch the game, it's gotta install the shaders. It's a 30-minute process, bro. It's crazy. That was with Google Chrome open. Sucking up all my RAM. Yeah, Succeed. No, you love it, dude. That's a great game, bro. That's game of the year. You can even customize her outfit. Like, it's really fantastic. Really fantastic. Succeed, baby. Resident Evil 6. Well, let's just do a sleep stream out here, you guys. We'll just sleep on the bench out here. I mean, shit. There's only so much I can say about Halloween Ends before we get into spoil. If we could talk about spoilers out here, and granted we can. I mean, I just have to say, hey, we're gonna talk about spoilers, but I don't really want to until the movie's out because it's just not as fun. And we could save that conversation for when we can have that conversation this Thursday, Friday, when the movie releases on in theaters and on Peacock. So. Well, that Halloween game is actually hard. Let's see if there's any games coming out here. What do we want to cover? Nothing really, but I mean, if we have to cover something, we'll probably pick and choose. And what is it going to be? Give me the damn release dates! Fuck! Game Informer's trash. Game Informer release dates, just like go. Release schedule. What is it? October. Overwatch 2, that's already out. I'm not playing that. You gotta be insane.
Ricky the Mad Dragon's Oin donated $5 through Super Chat. Why you diss games with story? Does it make you lose immersion that quickly? What's the last story-based game you played? Stories ain't bad in gaming?
Well, I mean, it depends on what game you're making. If you're making a story game, then make a story game. I mean, if it's done in a way that's well executed, then it's gonna work. But, you know, the last story game I played was probably Last of Us 2 or Red Dead Redemption 2. Those are the last story games that I remember actually completing. But, you know, half the time these stories are trash. I don't care about the characters. Bro, The Quarry is a movie game. Like, deadass, it has a movie mode where you literally do nothing. And in The Quarry, these characters, I don't give two fucks about these characters in The Quarry. So for me, in a story game, it's just going to have to captivate me and hold my attention. But I'm going to be dead ass with you. A lot of these games, I start skipping cutscenes. I'm not going to sit there and watch some shit I just don't care. You know, and that's just the unfortunate reality. It's like a you know, sometimes you just want to get to the goods. You know, you want to get right into the gameplay and experience that because that's what you bought the game for, you know? That's what you're there to experience. Now, you know, look, if it's a story game and you knew that going in, then that's a different story, but I don't need a story per se. And I think most men would agree. But we appreciate that. Ricky coming through again. Overwatch 2 that just came out, total snooze fest. Not even, I don't care if it's free or not. I'm not wasting my energy on playing that. Nier Automata, October 6th. That's on Switch. That's already out. No Man's Sky just came out on the Switch. Yikes! Who's gonna buy that shit, bro? No More Heroes 3, October 11th. That's tomorrow on Tuesday. Lego Brick Tales, whatever the fuck that is. There's nothing coming out until basically Scorn, October 14th. Okay, that's this Thursday. That's when Halloween Ends comes out. So this Thursday, Scorn, I probably won't even play that. I think that looks so... I just don't need to play a game like that. I like, it might look cool, but that's about it. I mean, you know, if people say it's amazing or what have you, then sure, but, you know, maybe I'll take a look, but I'm not doing it. I'm not playing Scorn. Not going to do it. Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed, October 18th. That's the same old fucking 4 versus 1 bullshit probably, right? I'm assuming. That's when that comes out, October 18th. Uncharted Legacy on PC, no one cares. Mario Rabbids, The Sparks of Hope. Oh, they're just now bringing that out? I don't know what. Yeah. Mario, I guess that's the big one there. Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope. Gotham Knights, I think that's the blockbuster one outside of, obviously, Modern Warfare. So Gotham Knights on October 21st. We can take a look at SkillUp's video on that. But who's excited for that? You're not playing as Batman, because Batman's dead in that game or some shit. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, that's the tagline, I guess. So I'm assuming he's dead. I guess it takes place after Bruce Wayne falls. But speaking of Bruce Wayne and Batman, Bruce Wayne is Bruce Wayne and Batman is Batman, right? Okay. Well, Michael Myers is Michael Myers, and the Shape is the Shape. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I think I just gave it away. Oh, man. Well, I mean, people knew that, but I don't think people really, So Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, the campaign is out on October 20th. Maybe I'll play that. I don't think I'll stream it, though. There's no point. I mean, unless, you know, people really want to see it. I mean, it's up to you guys, you know. Resident Evil. Oh, God. Well, we might have to jump into this bullshit. Winter's Expansion. Bro, I might have to jump into this. This is late October, October 28th. We might have to jump into that trash to see how terrible it is. Bro, I can't. You want to play as Ethan Winters, like literally a homeless character off the street, okay? Total garbage. No, I'm not playing that. I don't want to play video. I'm just going to be dead ass. I don't want to play video games, guys, and I'm not forcing content because it isn't going to work. If I'm sitting there playing a game I have no interest or desire in, it isn't going to resonate with. I love talking about Halloween Ends, and maybe this isn't clicking for a lot of people, and that's okay because you might not be interested in this, but you're still here just to be along with World Class or whatever the case is. I get that, but I would rather talk about Halloween Ends than any of these fucking games. It's just the way it is. I just don't... There's nothing here. Let's see November. Oh, this isn't on the screen. Let's pull this up on the screen here so you guys can see what we're looking at here. Let's pull this up on the screen. How do we do that? Let's do it this way. Let's pull this up on the screen, folks at home, so we can look at these release dates. All right. And we're going to go down to November here. Let's drag this down here. All right, so this is November. You have the Chant. I've never heard of these games. Demon Throttle. Jesus Christ, AIDS on my screen. Sifu is coming to Switch. Oh, Lord. It Takes Two is just not coming to Switch. Sonic Frontiers, we might play that one. It's basically Elden Ring meets Sonic, so, you know. Well, that comes out the day before God of War. Oh, no, they're sending that out to die, bro. I mean, it's on everything, granted, but God of War is something you don't fuck around with. Because that's all the gaming industry has left is God of War, essentially. I mean, that's on PS4, too, so it's the snooze fest. Literally 0 point to own a PS5. I hate the direction that PlayStation is going in. I think it's terrible. It's great for gamers on PC, but there's no point to own the damn PS5. Let's just put it that way, because in 6 months you can play that exclusive that was only on PS5, now on PC. Why not just build a PC rig that can do so much more? I was against PC gaming, but when you can't hold exclusives on your damn box, then there's no point to own the damn thing. It's just stupid. It's stupid. It's just stupid. So you got Sonic Frontiers. That's actually one of the ones that I'm actually interested in some weird way, because it's like it's Elden Ring meets Sonic. Like you're exploring this like empty land, and you know you're just, hey, I'm Sonic, and you got to fight like probably Dr. Robotnik again for the 5,000th time. I don't care about God of War Ragnarok, but if we have to cover that, we will, because it looks like a snooze fest. Warzone 2. Okay, November's actually better than October. I think November is better than October. You got Sonic Frontiers, you got God of War Ragnarok, which is huge, even though I'll fall asleep playing that, but Sonic Frontiers, God of War Ragnarok, and Warzone 2. Warzone 2, that's big. Damn, that's my game right there. Let's get into Warzone, baby. Warzone 2, holy shit. November's a big month. Just Dance. Why are they making those dark picture games, bro? That's trash. Need for Speed Unbound in December. And the Callisto Protocol. Okay. So 2 games in December, 3 games in November, and 2 games here in October for big releases, in my opinion. But am I running out to, you know, line up at GameStop right now to buy these games? No, you know, I mean, if GTA 6 were coming out like in the next month, I'd say, okay, we're literally preparing. We're going to go to the store and get a tent, and we're going to set it up, and we're going to be a part of that last, you know, the nostalgia of the midnight launches, you know. None of these games are going to make me, you know, stop dead in my tracks and say I was wrong and that the industry actually is better. I mean, these games are snooze. So that's the release date schedule here, unless something changes. Play Demon Throttle. Well, it might be on Switch. A lot of those games are coming to the Switch later on. Folks. Guys, how long have we been live out here? What do we want to do? We're running out of things to do out here and running out of things to talk about. So with that said, we might have to end it. Otherwise, we're just out here and existing. Resident Evil 6. You want me to play that? Oh my god. It probably takes 20 years to get into the game. We got to get into something that's quick. I'm not sitting around watching cutscenes. Here, let's jump into this. Let's jump into this. I gotta probably log into another launcher. Oh my god, it's terrible. Let's see if this works. Are we logged in? Is it updated? I mean, it's just a never-ending process. I already clicked on it. We're waiting for it to launch and see what it does. We're gonna launch this. Oh, it's not doing anything. Shit, I gotta turn this over to the... No! Pre-purchase Need for Speed Unbound. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna switch over. What the fuck? Alrighty, let's pull this up here. Here we go, let's play one of the most overrated... I can't... Damn, that's loud. Why is that on the fucking screen? There we go, is this working? Press any key. Where's my mouse? This game's a total snooze fest. One of the most overrated games in a long time. You just sit around and play hide and seek with the alien. You know? Should be working here. We're in the basement. Damn, look at these frames. I can't see the screen. Look at this. You just play hide and seek with the basement. Hey, run into the locker. You know, I mean, it's a total snooze fest. This is the whole fucking game, bro. Dead ass. The whole fucking game. And they're like, this is an amazing masterpiece. Like, bro, this shit's repetitive as hell. You literally just fight the alien over and over and over again, bro. I got the flamethrower out. I can't even see the alien. Where's the alien? Take that! Take that! That's all you do the whole game. Wow. You know, this amazing masterpiece that deserves a sequel? Nah. I don't agree. I'm not saying it's a bad game, but I mean, it's definitely repetitive. You just sit around and jack off of the alien. Like, I don't understand how that's riveting. It's a repetitive snooze fest. Oh, but Michael, every game's repetitive. Yeah, that's why I don't play them. Rather work at the chocolate factory. Let's get inside. Uh-oh, he's coming. Oh no, the alien got me. Stupid fucking alien. Garbage. Horrible game. You do that for 7 hours straight. Actually, way more than that. Like fucking 15 hours straight. The game has no new ideas. You just sit around and play hide and seek with the alien. So they looked at Outlast and they're like, holy shit, Outlast is so successful. You're roaming around with this camcorder with batteries and shit. And they just copied and pasted that in now granted, I've never seen any of the movies, okay? I've never seen Aliens, Alien versus Predator, whatever the hell that I've never seen any of the games, but I don't need to because it's very apparent what that bullshit is, and it's just a snooze fest. Total snooze fest. I mean, I'd rather play Call of Duty Zombies or some shit. Like, if you're gonna give me something repetitive, at least like make it fun. Like roaming around and hiding from the alien, like, I mean, if the alien was like hot or some shit, like, you know, maybe that'd be interesting, but like, it's just boring. Every game does that. Every horror game does that. You just run from the enemy, hide and seek. Like, dude. It's good, but not worth a second playthrough. Well, I never, I think I put 30 minutes into it and I said I'm turning it off. Because once you get to the alien, it loses all interest. I mean, it just doesn't. And it's the same with the androids too. It's just shit chasing you. Yeah, but Warzone's a competitive game. Warzone is a multiplayer game. Like, it's not... You're not fighting an AI. So that's totally different. You can't compare Warzone to Alien Isolation, bro. You know what you're getting into with Warzone. You know, it's competitive. It's a shooter. It's, you know, come on. Alien Isolation isn't good. Let's just put it that way, guys. Okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. You're not wrong if you disagree, but I don't need to play that. I don't even know why it's installed. It's just a hide and seek game. It's not riveting. I mean, maybe if I watched the movie beforehand, I'd say, okay, this makes a little bit of sense, but I don't know. The fear becomes an adrenaline rush. Not after a while, it just becomes annoying. Yeah, I can see when you first boot it up for like the first 6 hours, you're like, holy shit, this is an amazing experience. But after those 6 hours or what have you kind of dissipate, you lose that sort of freshness of the game, and it starts to become annoying. So I think the mechanic is interesting at first, but it doesn't have the replay value. You just roam around, and I'd rather not play that game. I mean, unless they add something into the mix after a while, but I don't think they do. I think it just drags on and on and on, and it's just that over and over again. So. Well, if the alien were hot, I mean, I'd probably play it. I'm not gonna. Why do you think people played Resident Evil Village? Do you think they played Resident Evil Village because it was a scary game? No, they didn't play Resident Evil Village because it was a scary game. They played Resident Evil Village because she had big tits. That's the end of the discussion. It wasn't because it was a great game. It was because these horny fucking gamers wanted to look at her, and they wanted to play mommy with Lady Dermitsky. That's the only reason why it sold. That's the only reason why it's sold. There's no other reason. There's no other reason. No, we're not playing Sleeping Dogs, dude. That's a snooze fest. Do I have it out here? I don't have Sleeping Dogs on here. I don't think it actually. I couldn't get it to boot. We should have probably played Warzone, but I don't know at this point. It's just we're down one bar. All these games are boring. All these games are boring. I don't want to play any of them. Guys, if I don't want to do something, it's not going to make for great content. Not that this is amazing content, but it's just I'd rather talk out here than play. These are chore games. These are games you put on, and it feels like a chore. It's like you're in an assembly line. I'd rather be at the assembly line than fucking play these games. Yeah, the big titties is what sold Resident Evil Village. There's no other reason why people bought the game outside of that, unless you're a hardcore Resident Evil fan. It's just the reality of it, dude. Play an indie game. Well, we already did. We played that zombie one. That's the best game I have out here. Death Stillness. That's indie as shit. No one even knows about it. So that Shadow of the Tomb Raider I got, but I don't know if that runs out here. That's a demanding game. So some of these demanding games will really just tear this thing apart, the battery especially. Not that that's a big deal because we have plenty of battery for the time being, but it'll just eat it hard. It's a total snooze. Only Alien Isolation, I get everyone can play. Silent Hill Shattered Memories is about as repetitive as Alien Isolation, but at least it's fucking interesting because you're not fighting. I'm tired of these games where you're fighting. It's so boring, dude. It's so fucking boring. You shoot, you fight, you shoot, you fight. No. I want to talk to people in games. Sorry, I know that's weird, but I'm done with the fucking gunfights. I'm done with all of that shit. It's trash.
Ricky the Mad Dragon's
Ricky coming through again
through Super Chat. React to Yakuza in gameplay trailer then if you want to see something different and make content. Don't worry, no copyright stuff if you watch it.
Yeah, we'll definitely take that into consideration. The gameplay trailer, let's look it up. Yakuza Ishin. Never heard of it. But, I mean, I know of Yakuza, but I don't know about that one. So we'll look it up. Yakuza Ishin trailer. Let's see here. 10 minutes of gameplay. Well, apparently I've already watched it. It literally says I've watched it. 10 minutes of gameplay, GameSpot. Let's see. All right, let's pull this up here. We got ads playing. Unreal. Let's pull this up here. I think I clicked on it because the thumbnail looked cool. What do we want to do here? Let's pull this up. 10 years later. Jeez. All right. All right, here we go. 40 million ads, dude. Jesus Christ. Wait, that wasn't the ad? Here we go. Let's see what this brings to the table. Why is it not doing full screen? Did we just break it? Is this the game you wanted me to look at? This is Batman gameplay. I don't know if this is the game you wanted me to. You said Yakuza-ishin. That's not what this is. This is Dragon-ishin. This isn't Yakuza. This isn't Yakuza. Let's see. This isn't Yakuza, is it? I'm done. I'm done. Dude, I typed in Yakuza and it gave me that. Here we go. We got an update.
Ricky the Mad Dragon's Oin donated $2 through Super Chat. No, I mean gameplay trailer by Sega ENG channel.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I clicked on the GameSpot one. Okay, well, let's figure this out here. Oh, this is complicated, you know, I'm a boomer. Oh, I clicked on the first one, and that was the GameSpot trailer here. Oh, here we go, right here. Oh, it was one down.
Doesn't matter if you're a fan of the numbers.
No. All right, let's pull this up on the screen. The one he's talking about here. Let's this here. Oh man, 40 ads too. Unreal. You piece of shit. Well, I'll watch it off screen because it's just so complicated. You got to put in 40 million things. There's no gameplay, is there? This is not it. Why does it keep taking me to Like a Dragon? Bro, are you trolling? There is no Yakuza-ishin. 2 years ago. There's no Yakuza. 9 years? You're trolling! 9 years ago? TGS 2013 gameplay? Yakuza-ishin TGS 2013 gameplay. Bro. I don't know. All I see is Like a Dragon-ishin. I don't know about any of this stuff. Let me see what he said in the super chat. Gameplay trailer by Sega EG. Oh, let's type that. Sega NG. 3 years ago. You want me to look at the game that came out 5 years ago? This game came out? Oh, fuck. It's not loading! Here, let's pull this and see if this is what he wants me to look at here. I'm falling asleep out here, guys. What time is it? Shit, almost time for midnight caller. Jeez. If I gotta sign in, I'm not doing it. Thank God. Alright. Theater mode. Let's get to the gameplay. This is the one you want me to look at?
Eh?
Ricky the Mad Dragon's Oin donated $5 through Super Chat. Like a Dragon-ishin. Game trailer by Sega EG channel.
You're sure there's I'm gonna copy and paste it right in. I'm gonna copy and paste it right in. Bro. We were just looking at that, dude. We were just looking at that. I just watched it. I don't need to see the trailer. I mean, the gameplay is better than the trailer. We were just watching it. I'm not interested, though, if those guys, I can't. Oh my God. I'm just not big into gaming anymore. I'm sorry for being honest with you in that regard, but it's just the reality of the situation. That's why I said this is Michael Does Life and not Michael Does Gaming, because I damn well knew even back in 2011 that there was going to be a point in time where we didn't necessarily want to cover games anymore, and we might have hit that fork in the road, at least for this moment. So, you know, look, we kind of have to, because that's what brings us the folks at home to watch, but I would rather dead ass talk about Halloween Ends. Now, it's tricky to do that right now because we can't really discuss anything without discussing spoilers, other than repeating what we've already said, and we don't have many people to bounce back with discussion outside of, oh, it's going to be trash. Like, I don't need to hear that, dude. Like, if it's shit, it's shit. Okay, cool. Like, you know, but like, we're not just going to come in here and say Halloween Ends is going to be trash. Like, I don't understand how that adds anything to the conversation. Like, yeah, it might be trash. I mean, that's why we're excited to see it. I want to see if it's going to be a total colossal failure or if it's going to hit that home run, and we're going to find out this Friday. For me, this Thursday, as I'm going to see it in theaters, because I'm not waiting until Friday. I need to fucking know. I'd rather, and I've already read the spoilers, so I kind of have the lowdown on what's happening, but I got to see how this is going to play out. I got to see how the cookie crumbles ultimately. So, because I don't really know how it ends, but I do know the final shot, and the final shot is pretty telling. And it isn't what you think it is. Don't say no more gaming. Well, I'm talking out loud. You guys are the ones that are setting it in stone. I'm just talking out loud. My opinion changes on a daily basis. I'm fucking bipolar. So, literally, you're taking it to heart when you shouldn't. But I'm just telling you what I think right now. I'm more excited about Halloween Ends than half of the releases that are coming out within the relatively near future. I'm not saying we're not going to make games, videos on games anymore. We're probably going to cover Resident Evil Village because I want to see how terrible that shit is. That's the only reason. It's not like I'm looking forward to it. I just want to see how bad it can get. Because I played Resident Evil Village, you're literally in a Metal Gear. You're literally playing Call of Duty. You have the night vision goggles on as Chris Redfield, and you're roaming throughout this factory. Like, the shit makes zero fucking sense. And they said it was a great game, and I'm like, okay, well, glad you like it, but it's not great. Regardless, the expansion is coming out later this month, and it makes perfect sense. Spooky season and all that shit, so we might actually try that out just to see how terrible it can get. And they added third-person mode as well, so maybe that will actually fix the game for me, because first-person is so... it just doesn't do much for me anyway. So third-person is what I'm interested in seeing how that plays out. Well, if you look... no, I'm not going to say what's not real and what isn't, but I had to dig a little bit further to find the real spoilers. Some of the spoilers that are out are not real, or if they are real, they're not. It's not the final cut of the film. Okay, so even if test screening spoilers leaked, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they went with the final cut. But I have read some final cut stuff, and I just can't wait. I can't wait to see what, because I'm subscribed to a bunch of horror creators and a bunch of I don't watch gaming content. I'm just, I can't. I just can't. It's an industry that's no longer for me, to be dead ass. At this point, it's just to see how bad it can get. Like, some people, you know, are here for that. They want to see how terrible this show can get, so they're here for that. They're here for the train wreck. And really, that's kind of where I'm at with gaming. It's just, let's see how bad it can get. I tried playing the Quarry. I was looking forward to that. It's like, okay, it's you know, the folks that made Until Dawn. That was okay, pretty good for a movie game. Yeah, it's a movie game. But I played Until Dawn until you got to.
Ricky the Mad Dragons Oin donated $5 through Super Chat. Was the channel made cause you were influenced by Angry Nerd then? Why make the channel?
What does that mean? What, like, I don't understand. Why do anything? I can do what I want to do. I mean, I don't understand what that means, but no, the channel name is copied off of another YouTuber. I don't have an original idea out here. Everything we use is basically recycled, just like Hollywood and the games industry. But we didn't want to call it Michael Does Gaming because at that point I was already tired of the industry then, back in 2011. So here we are over a decade later, and it's getting worse. And it's getting to a point where I just don't even give a fuck anymore about covering this shit because, nothing will change. So, you know, when an interesting game comes, like, look, there's exceptions. GTA 6, Play Dead. When is their fucking next game coming out? Play Dead. What are they doing? Why does it take 10 years to make a game? I can't. It does not take 10 years to make a movie. We're talking Thor. Thor, I'm not even going to discuss it. I'm done. Hollywood can pump these movies out like no tomorrow within just a few years, you know? These games take literally 10 years to be made. I just don't have the patience for it, man. I'm done waiting. I'm tired of it. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. I'm 30 plus years old. I don't have an interest in a children's toy. That's essentially what it is. I think, you know, I'm not anti-gamer, but it's just something that I can't force myself to. I can't. And I don't know why that pisses so many people off. It's not called Michael Does Gaming, so we never locked ourselves into that, and that's why. You know, I don't know what to tell you. But if you can point me in the right direction of software that's compelling to play, I'll do it. I don't know where that's at, any of that's at, though. But Playdead's next game, you know, I'm looking forward to Playdead. Playdead's a great developer. I have no idea what's taking them so fucking long. When did Limbo come out, bro? Or not Limbo, Inside. Inside's a great game. And if you disagree, you're a contrarian, which is fine. But Inside came out in 2016? There's no way it came out that long ago. Holy fuck. Inside came out in 2016? That's 6 years! Why does it take so long to put out a fucking game, dude? That is the problem with this industry. You gotta wait a decade for one decent fucking game. I'm not waiting that long. I'll cover movies. I'll do something else with my time. I'm not just gonna sit around and wait for this fucking industry to do something and be miserable about covering shit I hate. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't have my PS5 plugged in. I don't have my Series X plugged in. I don't have a desire to play video games anymore. Like, I'm sorry that doesn't resonate with people in here, but I'm fucking 30 plus years old. I'm not just going to sit around and play video games. I'd rather watch fucking TV. If we're going to do something unproductive, I'd rather just sit around and watch TV. Sorry. Because I can appreciate I'm a weirdo, right? So I can appreciate the sort of filmmaking aspect. Because, you know, that's kind of what you do here. You fucking make videos. You have to, you know, be the filmmaker, be the producer, be the editor, be this, be that. You got to be all. It's an all-in-one inclusive process, right? It's not to say we're done covering games. It's just like I'm not forcing content. That's why there's nothing to talk about. I mean, like I said, we'll probably check out the new Resident Evil Village bullshit, you know, because I want to see how bad it can get. Like, let's see where the Ethan Winters fucking expansion takes us. Like, I don't give a shit, but I want to see how fucking stupid it gets. So I care in that sense, but, you know, I'm not foaming at the mouth to play another expansion on Resident Evil Village. Yeah, I don't understand. It just takes so long to put out games. And I get it. It's a complicated, sophisticated fucking process. Game development is just more... You know, it's just ridiculous. I'm not regurgitating. I don't watch other YouTubers, and if I do, they don't cover games. I don't watch gaming related content. I don't watch Chill Up. I don't watch Young Yeah. I mean, I'm subscribed to them, but I don't click on their shit because it's all the same crap. I'm not watching it. I don't watch any of these gamers, dude. Let me show you who I'm. Well, I'm not going to show you, but because it's not a good idea. But subscriptions. Let me see what pops up. Okay, Marlin Gaming Nation. He's live right now. 370 viewers. Marlin Gaming Nation is live. Sometimes I tune in. I think he's got a great voice. But he just does kind of live streams. He doesn't play games. He just kind of covers the industry like we kind of do over here. Who the hell is this? Oh. Okay, let me just... We're down bad over here. And I'm not going to... I gotta word this in a way that makes sense because we get trolls in here that like to harass. But there's a person that I'm subscribed to that has a few more subscribers than I do, not too many more, and he's got 400 people watching, and he's playing Let me just say, that guy's got bots enabled, bro. There's no way. Marlin Gaming Nation has less than this guy. I don't want to say Dr. Disrespect. I'm subscribed to you gotta love Dr. Disrespect. He's got the production of a Hollywood studio, you know. No one does it like Doc, and he's got the gimmick behind it to back it up. So it's a great. I don't watch all of them because it's the same thing. I don't need to see Warzone gameplay again, but you know, sometimes we'll tune in just if we're totally bored. There's 2 non-gaming related channels I'm subscribed to, ESPN. Sometimes I subscribe to random channels just to see where they're going in, just to see what direction they take their channel in, because I'm just curious to see where other people take their shit. We're subscribed to some really weird, stupid. Here's a movie-related channel. You guys can't see this, I know, but why am I subscribed to ESPN? Fake sports fan. Jeez. Oh no. A lot of spectators out here. Like, jeez, how much you gonna pay? Shit. Entertainment ain't free, buddy. Jeez. DK Oldies. I'm subscribed to DK Oldies. I was thinking about doing a series where we order some shit from DK Oldies to see. Ricky Berwick. Guys, Ricky Berwick. I'm subscribed to Ricky Berwick. G4 TV, Angry Joe, WWE, Hack the Movies. I don't know if you guys have heard of that channel. They cover movies. Thank God they don't cover games, because I wouldn't watch it. IGN, Dom the Bomb. I think that's a gaming channel. I guess I got some normie subscriptions, don't I? Well, the good ones, I don't want to tell you what they are because they're that damn good, you know? Kind of Funny Games. Beatles Bible. When did I subscribe to that? The fuck? Was John Lennon a closet Republican? Who cares? But if he was, he might have been based. Scream 2, Chris Stuckman movie review. David Jaffe. AEW. Exploring with Josh. Man, I'm a normie, ain't I? Dreamcast guy. This guy's got me blocked on Twitter, okay? Dreamcast guy has me blocked on Twitter, yet I'm giving him my subscription. That's bullshit. Theme Park Worldwide. I'm not mentioning the good ones because you can't find channels on this platform. It is increasingly difficult, so you have to like manually search for shit or have it be recommended. These are just kind of the normie ones. Beat 'em ups. You guys are subscribed to Beat 'em ups, right? He covers Nintendo. Beat 'em ups. You guys like Beat 'em ups? Later clips. Ubisoft. Yeah, we have so many subscriptions. It's so easy to miss fucking a video. Jesus Christ. ESPN uploads like a fucking. In the WWE, dude, they upload like 4 videos a day. Actually, way more than that. It's like it's impossible to keep up. I don't know why people hate Dreamcast guy. Well, I don't hate him, but there's nothing there. It's just, hey everyone, what's up gamers? Dreamcast guy here. So today I want to talk about, like, it's just the most, like, cookie cutter mundane shit. I mean, at least over here, you know, you get an unstable mental person over here, you know, you get that, so. Counts for something. Kanye West, he uploaded a new song. Source, he makes videos, he does not game. I mean, I can't blame him. I don't think that's a problem. I really don't give a shit if people game or not. Once you play one of these games, you don't need to play. I mean, has gaming changed in the last 15 years? Barely. Like, when did Spec Ops The Line come out? They're still making the same game. It's the same old shit. You know? Like, I'm waiting until something actually worthwhile comes out that stops me right in my tracks and says, you need to play this, you know? And obviously we're going to be waiting for a long time. So I don't know. This is a great comment here. I wish we could have some more discussion here. Real Halloween fans are going to be upset with the ending. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. And I can't even. But I also think that they might not be, but they're going to have to understand what they're going for. It's sort of like the. I can't even say that anymore because it literally just. It says too much. Angry Joe also barely covers games anymore. I can't blame the guy. Let me see if he does. I can't blame the guy. No one fucking cares about games anymore. Like, people have grown out of them. I'm seeing it all over. Yeah. Is Superman Henry Cavill back in Black Adam? Angry Joe 1 hour ago. The Iron Oath. What is that? That's a game. The Rings of Power. I don't know what that is. Oh, Rings of Power. That's a movie or a TV show or some shit. Super Mario Bros. Movie. Damn, he did stop covering games. Holy shit. Well, Angry Joe Hellraiser. Oh, they reviewed Hellraiser? Shit, I gotta watch that. I can't wait till their Halloween Ends review. I just can't wait to watch all the reviews for Halloween Ends because it's going to be so much fun. Oh, man. I can't wait to see people fucking rage. Dude! The last big review that Angry Joe did was probably Saints Row, right? We probably got 1 million views. I don't even see it. The Last of Us Part 1, he re-uploaded the old one. Bro, if I did that, they'd have my ass and call me every name in the book. Oh, Michael's just re-uploading old content. What a lame loser. But Angry Joe does it. I don't know. It's funny. Where is this Saints Row review? Did he take it down? When did Saints Row come out? Why didn't he review the monsters? The fuck? Yeah, damn, he doesn't really cover games much anymore. I mean, you know, here and there, sure, but damn. It really looks like it's mostly movies. I just think it's more interesting. I mean, you know, granted, I don't watch many movies either. So this is obviously an exception. I don't sit around and, like, you know, I'm looking forward to, like, every movie coming out this Friday. Like, that's not the reality for me. I mean, obviously Halloween Ends is an exception because this is the end. And you'll know what I'm talking about when you see it, but... And you'll know what I'm talking... Yeah, you'll know what I'm talking about. Guys, if you're not a Halloween fan, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. Like, you have to kind of be in sort of that bubble to care about where this franchise is headed. If you're a casual Halloween fan, you're not going to think much of what I'm... You know, you're not going to think much of the film. It's just going to be a cut and dry Laurie versus Michael third showdown. Like, we don't need to see that again, although that is going to happen in the film as it shows in the trailer. It's going to happen in the film as it shows in the trailer. No, I'm not, you know, they wanted me to play Stray. I'm not, oh, hell no, bro. Let's see how much time we got on this battery out here. What's going on? Shit. Calls would be good. Well, I'm content with what we're doing now, but where did he review Saints Row? I don't see the Saints Row review, and I think that would have a standout thumbnail, but I'm not sure. Saints Row. Did he take it down? Oh, there it is. 1.5 million. So they show up for a big Angry Joe review. They show up for a big Angry Joe review. So I think he's moved his channel into a great position. Yeah, and Angry Joe actually commented a long time ago on one of my videos, way back when The Last of Us 2 leaked or something. I mean, we're talking 2 years ago at this point, but he said I had potential. I guess it's got to be potential that's never realized, but you know, we showed up too late to the game. When you get old, you get bitter and angry, and you lose energy. I mean, it's just a reality. I'd love to meet a 35-year-old who has the same energy as he did when he was 25. Would love to meet that person, but I don't know if they exist. No, we're not talking about Star Wars. We're not. I've never seen any. I'm gonna be dead ass with you, bro. I've never seen any Star Wars movie. We're not talking about Star Wars, dude. Now, what I will say is George Lucas is But outside of that, I mean, why are you outside? Well, let me go to your channel and see when you made that profile. I bet it was last week. Oh, I can't even go to the channel. What is this platform, dude? It's shit. How the fuck can I not go to the channel, dude? What a fucking shitty ass. I hate YouTube. It's total shit. Like, they have no tools built in to facilitate any of this shit. It's just like, hey, we built these tools in like 2017, 16, 15, and we've left them the same ever since. It's like, you don't give a shit about creators' well-being. You don't give a shit about any of that stuff. You just lay it all out there, you know? Here's these old features that are outdated, and I'm done. Like, how can I not go to someone's profile? Like, I know I can do that on mobile. Pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on channel, add moderator. Like, you have to be kidding me. How is that not a fucking feature in my dashboard? Like, this is trash. There we go, Alan Stanley in here. I can't wait. Are you gonna watch Halloween Ends, Alan? I'm assuming you are, just to see how bad it is, right? You know. What about that new Hulu, or that new new Hellraiser on Hulu? That's got to be terrible. David Lynch just didn't like the movies. He makes different shit. Well, Eraserhead's pretty I mean, Jesus Christ. That's the only David Lynch thing I've seen. Loved the prequels. Get this man a gamer girl. There we go. Jeez. I mean, I was out in LA for over a month. I thought they would have appeared. You know, I was told there were so many clout chasers in LA that they would have been leeching off my 100 viewers. That didn't come to fruition. You know what I mean? They had me convinced out here that, oh, Michael, you come on out to LA and hell, them girls gonna be clout chasing. I couldn't talk to a goddamn soul out there. Maybe a homeless person. But, you know, none of that happened, so. I mean, I would have been fine with clout chasers appearing on the show just for clout. I don't give a fuck. If it makes for a better show, I don't give a shit about intention. I don't care if they're in it for passion or if they're in it for clout. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, show up, let's put on a great show, boom, done. You know, it's not that hard. That's what we're interested in, putting on a great show. It doesn't matter if people are passionate about something. If they're great at what they do, that's all that fucking matters at the end of the day. There's plenty of teachers that I met in high school that hated their fucking job. You can clearly see that, but they stuck around because of the fucking salary. And they were good at what they did. It's just they weren't really passionate about teaching. But it doesn't mean passion doesn't equate good or bad. It's just, you know, we're losing viewers. How do we get viewers back in here? What do I have to do? You know? Jeez. I mean, creatively, we've done everything. You want Jeffrey Dahmer to come out here? Is this what you guys want? I can give him a call. You know, like if you guys want Jeffrey Dahmer to come out here, just let me know, and we can maybe make that happen. You know, I'll call some people and see what can make. All right, I'm on Angry Joe here. You don't talk to homeless people; they talk to you. Hold on here. No, there was a homeless lady that came up to me. She said she was pepper sprayed. The 7-Eleven owner came out and pepper sprayed her because I don't remember the story. But bro, I was on YouTube and it recommended me. Someone made a video on her. You know, it's like a channel that covers homeless people. I don't know what it is, but I recognized her face and I'm like, holy shit, that's her. And she looked way better back then than she does now. It was just interesting.
Chris G donated $1.99 through Super Chat. In LA, that Irish girl said, "Kiss me, I'm Irish."
I don't remember that, but we did over 50 shows. But I mean, that might have happened. I can't remember half of what we did. So, outside of the reality of the situation, do something. Now you're getting me mad, okay? You're getting me mad because you're not listening. Do something. What do you want me to do? You can't just say do something and not give me ideas. Damn. Nonetheless, we appreciate it. Chris G coming through. And that comment wasn't from Chris G. It was someone else here. Dude, Nintendo is literally Nintendo started off as a toy company, bro, for children. Like, what are you talking about? And then they morphed into video games because that's the primary demographic for video games. You can't just sit out here and start arguing that it's not normal for older men to get out of the hobby. Come on, man. Quit acting like it's not normal. This is normal. To stay in it is actually not normal. To get out of it is normal. I'm not... That's why they go from gaming to developer. You develop a game, you don't have time to play. You think these developers have time to play games? No, they're too busy day in, day out fucking working on a game that takes 10 years to make. How can they play a game? They don't have time. Working long hours to make it happen. They don't have time to game. That's why the games are trash. Because these gamers aren't gamers. You're just hiring people that are creative and good at what they do, but they're not in tune with necessarily, like if I were to hire musicians out here that don't understand the show, they'd probably come up with something interesting, but it's not going to necessarily resonate, or people aren't going to understand like what this show is. Maybe there's not anything to really understand anymore. I don't know. I don't care. But at the end of the day, that's why we reach from within the community here. Once upon a time. Do a backflip? How much you gonna pay? No, I'm not doing no fuck. I can't even stretch my leg, dude. I'm not doing no fucking backflip so I can break my neck out here and die so you can... Oh, MICHAELDOESLIFE died and he only had 100 views. Imagine that. That'd be funny, actually. My 43-year-old says my 43-year-old dad... Damn, your dad's young. Oh, fuck. 43-year-old dad loves games. The girl at the stairs was trying to talk, but you weren't having it. Well... Can you play with emulators? Maybe gaming isn't for Michael. Lame stream. What was your review of the Ryan Gosling movie Gray Man? I thought it was lame. Well, I never watched it. They said it wasn't good, so. They said it wasn't good. This is a show. Well, it's whatever you want it to be. Some think it's a show, some think it's not. So it's up to your interpretation. All I can do is produce what I think is good enough for the audience we have. And, if we had 4,000 people in here, we would have different energy. I'm sorry to say that. But that's just the way it is. You guys want to turn this into a therapy session? I'm more than let's go down to $5. We'll turn it into a therapy session out here, okay? Because at this point we're just dragging this show along. I got nothing more to say about Halloween Ends, and we've already gamed out here. We've done multiple things out. The fuck is that? Go bother Jerry Lawler some more. Don't know how to respond to that, but okay. Great take, very intelligent. There you go, that's my response. Great take, very intelligent. Go political, play Donald Trump. That's too much energy. I'm you know, 2 years ago we had a lot more energy out here. Sorry. Old age hit me pretty hard, okay? I'm done. I'm a has-been, I'm washed up. It's time to get on that horse and ride off into the sunset. We tried. And we just didn't have the energy to go 12 rounds, I guess. That attitude that you can only put on a good show. Okay, so I know you're baiting and you're just trying to play TMZ out here, but I'll give you some stuff to I'll give you what you want. I agree. I agree with that statement in the sense that if I started streaming last week and I came out here and started talking to you this way, character or not, persona or not, it would still be a bit fucking ridiculous, okay? If I started doing this 2 weeks ago and I started bitching about views or bitching about super chats or whatever the fucking case is, then it would be a tad ridiculous, okay? Then I'd say, okay, come on, man. You got to put the time in. You know, you got to put some effort into this shit, right? Okay, but here's the thing. We're going backwards. We got 190 viewers in here. We're literally going backwards in every aspect, okay? So we're not doing something right, or our time is up on YouTube. I don't know what it is, and if our time is up on YouTube, we had a good run. You know what I mean? At this point, I kind of don't care anymore, because you kind of have to don't care. Because if I cared about it, well, there's not much we can really do anyway. We don't have the gamer girl out here. So all I'm saying is that we, and granted, we're talking about Halloween ends. So when we do these streams, they don't come in here. Now, if we clickbaited and we started talking about God of War Ragnarok, I just don't want to talk about. Believe me, I know what would pull some people in here, at least a few more people in here, 20, 40, 50 people in here. You start bringing up God of War Ragnarok or some shit like that, and you know, I can make videos on that and say it's over. Cracks are starting to show. Cookie is crumbling. So on and so forth. But you don't care, you never have, you never will, and that's because you were too busy going, okay, we can do that fucking little stick, okay? But you guys are tired of it, you're bored of it, it doesn't do anything for you guys. But here's the thing, I've never made the videos for the subscribers, because I don't think that's a smart tactic, in the sense that you don't cater and pander to your subscribers, because if you do, that's all you're gonna have left. And now we're in that boat where we basically have to, but because of the algorithm, it doesn't push us out anymore. But we've made the videos knowing that the normies are going to find that shit, knowing that someone who's never seen this shit before is going to come over here and say, like, holy fuck, like, what's wrong with this guy? What's going on with this guy? Is it real? Is it not? Is he mentally stable? You know, what's really going on? And you know, having that sort of feedback is very interesting to me. And I don't know if that makes sense, but it is what it is. You're not willing to... Here we go. You know, I love doing this. This is actually fun because there's nothing else to talk about. So we can do this. I don't care. You're not willing to make the first move. You're waiting for there to be a huge influx of new viewers. This guy over here, I'm not going to name his channel because I know what you guys would do. Some of you trolls in here. You go over and harass him, and I'm not interested in any of that bullshit. But he probably loved the viewers. But there's a guy that's streaming right now that is literally doing nothing but playing games. He has, like, a few more subscribers than me, okay, and he has like 600 viewers. There's no way there's 600 viewers and they're watching him play. There's no way. Marlin Gaming Nation is the most consistent streamer. There's no way that's real. He is botting, bro. I'm sorry, the guy's fucking botting. I'm not talking about Marlin Gaming Nation. There's someone else I'm talking about. I'm not going to say his channel name, but there's no way that guy's just sitting there playing games and having 700 viewers. That's bullshit. That's total bullshit because he doesn't have many subscribers. That's bullshit.
Mono Memory donated £5 through Super Chat. I only ever have 15 to 20 concurrent viewers. Doing well, Mackle. What's the end game or goal, my friend? I think we need to let go of this YouTube BS.
Yeah, but the context is important here. I've been doing this since 2011. Actually, way before that. I have multiple channels since like 2007. I just deleted them because they never worked. I gave up. Finally, we said, fuck it. I don't care anymore about deleting this shit. It takes too much work. We're going to stick with Michael Does Life. You know what I mean? So we started doing that, and we've made videos. We started streaming in 2020, okay? Most of you guys know the fucking story. We started streaming in 2020, but here's the thing. We've been making so much content before that we turned the channel into what it is today, a dead channel. Not that it was ever alive to begin with. It really wasn't. But with that said, we had ups and downs, more so then than now. However, we've put how many years into this before we started streaming? 2011 to 2020. That's literally 9 years. I put 9 years into this before I hit live. Okay? And I'm not saying that most people don't do that. Let's just put it that way. Most people don't fucking do that. And, you know, I could name names, but I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know if that had a point or what, but I'm just saying the context is important here. If I were bitching about this shit, you know, only doing this for like a year or so, you know, but we've been out here for over 2 years now, I'm assuming, right around there. No, it's not DSP Gaming. See, when I'm talking about my channel, that somehow correlates to bitching. Like, I don't think you guys socialize in the world. Like, maybe it's my tone of voice, but I like putting on this tone of voice because it's a safety net. It's not the real me, so I don't give a shit. You know? I don't care about DSP. I don't even watch that guy. He just sits around and plays games. There's nothing more that I don't want to see someone sit around and playing games. I think just talking is more interesting than playing games. Just talking is more interesting than playing games. To me, that is the content that is more interesting. I would rather watch someone talk than play games. That's why I watch Marlin Gaming Nation sometimes. That's why I click on the Marlin Gaming Nation's channel, because he doesn't sit around and play fucking boring games. I don't want to see someone play a video game. That is boring to me unless it's something new or we haven't seen before. Okay? So that's why I don't like streaming games, because it doesn't appeal to me. I don't think it's great content. Now, I could be wrong, and sometimes I get in the way of what we want to do around here, and that's why I ask you guys, what do you want to see? But half you guys don't know what you want to see either. So now I got to make a decision on what we want to do and how we want to do it. And that's just the way it is. Here we go. We got big paragraphs here in this chat. No, I'm not doing well. We're not doing well. I don't know what doing well is here on this platform anymore. The reason why we're not doing well is because I just mentioned someone else, not Marlin Gaming Nation. Marlin Gaming Nation is hustling, okay? He's consistent as shit, and he covers the industry news. So you know when to show up, you know what you're going to get, and this, that, and the third. Over here, it's pretty similar. You know what you're going to get. It's the same old show. But there's another channel out there. This guy just sits around and plays games, has 700... There's no way that's real. Because he doesn't have many more subscribers than me. There's no way you're telling me that he actually has 700 people watching him play a video game. I'm sorry, I've never heard of this guy. He does nothing but stream. There's absolutely no way that that's legitimate. And I think it's so fucking funny I subscribed. Because there's no way that's real, bro. There's no way that guy's got 600 people watching his shit live. Sit around playing a game. Like, that is the most uninteresting thing that you can do. No one wants to see that. I'm sorry. I mean, unless you're like XQC or fucking Ninja, you're established, you can go around and do whatever the fuck you want to do. Okay, the battery's dead. So we're going to have to think about... I thought the damn thing shut off. I was getting crazy. I was getting a little scared. I was like, damn, we're talking to ourselves out here. It's getting scary. All right. Let's turn this on low power mode here. It's already on low power mode. All right, let's see how much time we got left on the stream here. I'm glad we have this limitation out here, because it forces us to do something within a certain time slot. Unless you want to stream for 40 hours a day. Which ain't nobody got time to watch that. All right, we got 1 hour and 37 minutes on the battery here. It might die before that, though, so we're just going to play it by ear. We're going to play it by ear, folks. stream games while you're talking to us like now, that would be awesome. So what you're saying, you don't have to beat around the bush. I mean, if you're saying you don't like full screen me, I mean, we can minimize and throw on something fucking, I mean, I can't now because the shit's dead, but, you know, I mean, if that's what you're trying to say, that doesn't offend me. I'm all ears to what you want to see, you know. I mean, at this point, if we have to cater to the same audience, sure. We're down 178 viewers. Dude, what is Mono Memory saying? That's not great, because we've been able to do better than that. We're regressing in terms of everything. Like, the channel is literally, you know, we had better results in LA. And I thought that was a dead period. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys want to see IRL content, we can make it happen. But it's very costly to produce that type of content, you know. Unfortunately, it is. And that's just the reality. So, you know, I would love to do IRL content, but it eats you alive. So, and you know, I know some people like the IRL era. They were like, damn, this is cool, even though they didn't want to admit it or whatever. Or they, you know, complained about it or whatever. I mean, you're still engaging in some capacity. Take calls? No, I'm not taking calls. Guys, I play Elden Ring. Go back to doing videos? Interesting comment. I tried. The algorithm doesn't... I mean, we would have to train the algorithm again, is essentially what you would have to do. You would essentially have to train the algorithm again, because it's so used to streaming that it just puts you into that fucking bubble. I think it's a lost cause. The only way that would work is if we could kick it out to people that have never seen this show before, or have never, and there's plenty of people that haven't, but, you know, it's just the way it is. So I enjoyed the LA streams. Well, we tried, you know, we tried to do what we could out there with what we had, and, you know, we winged it basically. Well, I honestly think, and this is going to be a hot take, I don't think streaming is in a good spot right now. I think streaming is literally more dead than it's ever been. And that's because of the rise of short content and the push for that. Because when you know, a lot of these streamers were big or whatever the case, this was before TikTok, this was before you could easily stream. It just wasn't accessible as it is today. Now everyone and their grandma can essentially stream, and they all just stream games, but there wasn't a rise in short content. TikTok wasn't big. TikTok wasn't even a thing. You know, you had Vine, sure, way back in the day, but this push for short content has trained everyone to just love the short content, the effectiveness of that, and having it, you know, this is more of like, you're just here with me. Can you guys like break down why you watch? Like, I'm not gonna, you know, is it because maybe I don't understand what I'm doing out here? I know I have a weird mindset here, but maybe I'm the problem, okay? And if we had some feedback that could help us and you know, because, yeah, I can steer the ship and we could take it in a direction, but what do we want? Do we want like a show, or do we want a hangout session? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out. And if we have to just, you know, if this is it, if we're down to 178 viewers and that's it, I mean, so be it. I don't care anymore. I had to stop caring in order to continue. So, because there's nothing you can do when the algorithm doesn't push you out, and you can't share my content because they'll IP ban you on every fucking, and that's been happening for like 6-7 years. So, you know, like, oh, this guy's just an attention whore. It's like, well, that's what everyone is on this platform, but, you know, let's single me out. Let's, you know, harass and cyberbully Michael, you know. Okay, whatever. But, you know, what do you want? You want more of a show where it's like we plan something out and we execute on that plan? Or do you want something that's just where we just sit around and talk? I'm just curious, you know. There's no wrong answer here, because I don't even know what you guys want, and that's why I'm asking. What do we really prefer? You can be dead at. I'm gonna do a poll. That way you guys can be honest, totally anonymous. What do you like? Okay, let's just take a survey here. What do you like? Big show, planned, idea. Okay, big show, or you want hangout, chill sesh. Okay, this is what I have no idea what people want. So we're going to take a poll here. I need people to be honest in here, and I'm going to add another option. I don't know. Okay, we need people to be honest in here. I'm just curious to see where some people stand. All right, there we go. Fuck me in the ass. How do we delete this one? If I got to restart this poll, dude, there we go. All right, ask the community. Here we go. Just answer the poll if you could, and because more people are going to be honest with that poll than they will with the comments. Because we've always set this show up like we want it to be a show. Like we don't want to sit around and hang out, chill streams. But it's easier to do those shows than it is to do big fucking events where you got to call people and get people planned and do this and that, and got to start paying people to be on the show, and it's just like, you got to work around schedules, and it's just some convoluted fucking thing. Okay. Oh, it's neck and neck in here. 41%, only 64 votes. Come on, guys. Let's get it up to at least 80. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just curious here for today. This is just for today's show, Tomorrow we can have a totally different idea, or opinion. You guys could change your opinion just like I could change mine. But so far, 39% says big show, planned idea. They said they didn't want that. They said they want the hangout chill session. And 9% said they don't know. Okay. We want chaos? I don't know what that means. I mean, if you want drama, I guess I should have added that on there. I believe me, I know drama sells. That's why the reality TV shows are so successful. Like, no one wants to see, like, what is that show, Survivor? It's like, hey, we gathered 12, 14, 15 participants to survive on this island for 30 days, and if they can, they own the island or some dumb shit like that. But, there's no content there if there's no drama between the contestants. So that's what they milk hard. Or that UFC show. What was that UFC show where they what was that UFC show? The guy trained, these people trained to be a UFC fighter, and then it shows them like living their house at the camp or something. I used to watch that shit back in the day, and it was like the drama was so crazy, but it's all fake. I mean, everything's fake though. Like, do you think The Walking Dead's real? Do you think Rick Grimes is a real fucking? You know what I mean? Like, we get so lost in entertainment, like, but it doesn't matter to me. Like, as long as it's good, I don't care if it's fake or not. Like, it does, like McJuggernuggets, like, that was played off as real, and all these kids bought into it on YouTube. And obviously, I knew better than that shit. It was just like, okay, it's like this some internet television show that, is reminiscent of a TV show, but it's on the internet, it's on YouTube, and it's like, the plot is like this gamer that, his dad hates gaming, and he destroys game consoles and games, and he tells him to get a job and shit. Like, it was actually funny. But then he came out and said it was fake, and all his kid fan base was like fucking, they were like mortified, and then it became a dead channel. So he killed his channel by doing that. But I guess at that point it didn't matter, because you can only stretch that out for so long. There's shelf life to half of this content on this platform. And that's a channel, that's one of them. So 98 votes. Let's get to 100 votes, and then we'll end the poll, if we could do that. If not, we'll end it here. But so far, 40% said big show. They want big shows, or and maybe I should have worded that differently. When I mean a big show, I mean I want it to at least feel like a big show, even if it isn't. I don't want to sit out here and say, hey, we're just going to sit out here and talk, because that doesn't hype people up. I want to get people hyped. You have to hype people up. You have to get them involved and invested. Because that's always been what has worked. So, if we're just going to say, hey, we're going to chill and hang out, we don't. All right, this is the final result here for the poll. This is the final. Oh, the Ultimate Fighter. That's what it's called. There's no way you guys watched that. Bro, I recorded that shit on VHS. The Ultimate Fighter. Like, I don't know why. I don't even like UFC, but that shit was cool. I don't know. He's probably working at McDonald's now. Where did the poll go? The poll is gone. Oh, there it is. 49% said they want hangout chill session streams. which is what we're essentially doing now. That's what I would consider this, just talking.
Han Solo donated $100 through Super Chat. I want Michael the show about Michael, his past, his likes, his takes. You ate the product.
I gotta read that because I didn't understand a damn thing that was said. Coming through with the 100, hell yeah, brother, we appreciate it. Han Solo, I want Michael the show. Hold on. This is gonna take some time for me to really get what was said here. Dude, one time, before we read that again, and I'll be sure to read it, okay? One time, this gaming company like emailed me. I think they wanted to work for me. I misread the email. It's so cringe. I can't even... Like, my reply was, like, totally off topic because I misread shit. I have dyslexia. I have a lot of problems, okay? And it's not an excuse. It's just the way the body works. It's the way the mind works, you know? When you snorted Skittles in high school, I mean, it obviously had an effect. Regardless, Han Solo coming through. I want Michael the show. The show about his past, his likes, his takes. I don't understand. I'm a dumbass. Dude, in high school, instructional math, senior year, we're talking literally 8 times 8. No homework. It was mortifying to be in that class because okay, when you're in special ed, it's not because there's something else to it, because now the perception of you, if your friends see you going into that special ed class, it doesn't make you feel good. So I would wait until essentially very close. I didn't want to be late because, you know, I'm not a slacker, but here's the thing. I would wait until basically a minute until the bell rings so that the hallways are kind of clear. Then I'd walk into the special ed room because it was just that trauma. I mean, there was literally, like, it was the lowest you can go. Let's just say that. I mean, it like, it's funny now, but I literally do not know. There's a lot I don't know, and I'm going to leave it at that. Not that it's ever, not, you know, it's just. So if that's what you wanted, Han Solo, you know, there's a story right there. I want Michael the show. Well, I don't... That's what this is, isn't it? It's literally on my face. I mean, what more could it be? Play more VR games? Well, that's a lot of work. You gotta stand up and move the body around. You think I got energy for that? Now, you bring the gamer girl out here, we're gonna have a great show, okay? You bring the gamer girl out here, we're gonna have a great show. I guarantee you that. Even, you know, even a gamer guy. I mean, man, I'd probably prefer that, actually. We're going to have a great show. It's going to be a great dynamic. You can't tell me when the good senator came out here, that was a great show. I mean, I know we're going to have contrarians in here, but deep down, I think a lot of people can come away and say, when there's a co-host on this show, it's a lot better. Because I can play off of the other person, and we can get into this, like, argument or what have you, and it's just a lot easier to do the show. And that's how we've always done the show. We always had someone on our side that we could bounce off of, and it just worked a lot better. But when you're out here just basically talking to yourself, now we got to bounce off the chat or whatever the fuck else. You know, back in the day it was callers. But the callers, you know, we can't take calls at 181 viewers. It's going to be the same 2 callers that just have nothing to give to the show. Michael the show in a world. I mean, that's literally what the show is called. It's called Michael Does Life. What are you talking about, dude? That's literally what the show is. We were out in LA trying to survive. Like, what do you mean, dude? I don't understand. You're intelligent in a unique way. No, I'm not. No, I think I was diagnosed by a psychologist at one point. They threw me in this room. Well, they didn't throw me, but they asked me to come into this room. It was like this guy, and he said, just write a paragraph out or something fucking, and this was in high school, something weird like that. I honestly think it was the I don't even know the difference, but psychiatrist, psychologist, you know, same people, I guess, but I don't think they shared the results. Maybe they didn't want to tell me what they figured out. Well, that's the problem. You guys got lives and jobs. What do you want me to do? I can't. it's not like we can bring in 200 new people in here and then, you know, people are busy with schedules and this, that, and the third. Like, I get that, but at the end of the day, I got a show to run too. This is what we do. So, you know, you might go to the factory, you might be a streamer as well, you might be an engineer, you might be whatever. Everyone has different abilities and different unique assets that they bring to the table. But, you know, when you gotta put the boots on and make it happen, you gotta do it. You know, I mean, and that's what we have to do too. I mean, that's why we try and do different shows. That's why we do Midnight Caller, because it starts at a different time slot. So we're hoping that we can maybe catch a few people that weren't able to watch this show, because this is mainly for the UK crowd. They don't show up anymore. What happened to that one guy, Mr. Negative? What happened to Mr. Negative? Mr. Negative in here? That guy used to call in all the time. He's going to say he's blocked, but he's not, because I unblocked everyone a long time ago. That doesn't work out ever in my favor, you know. We're hoping to get people leeway in here. I never cared about mods until Paulie Frog suggested that, well, that's why your channel got striked, because they were saying the N-word in the chat. It's like, bro, that's not why the channel got striked. It got striked because we were watching the Apple event. You're not supposed to do that. So, you know, and then I didn't know any. So I had to mod the chat, and then we turn it into this fucking whatever the hell this shit is. It's like, I never cared about I never looked at the chat at all. Now I'm looking at it because, well, we're out of energy and we're old and we're tired and we're bored. We haven't had sex. We're a virgin. Haven't ever had a real job. I mean, you know, it's just a lost cause out here. So what do you want me to tell you? You know, these gamer girls are like, oh, Michael, you know, so hot, so amazing. It's like, well, come on to the show, honey bunny. You know, jeez. Where are these gamer moms at? You know, like 40 years old, 45. Like, you know, we need someone who can teach us, help us. I miss old chat. What? Some people can't play a game like Alien Isolation because they're too scared. I just don't want to play it. Like, it's very obvious that I don't want to play it. I mean, I don't think it's a terrible game in the well, I actually do. It's a snooze fest. It's less dynamic than Call of Duty Warzone. And then you guys got guys in here that, oh, but Michael, Alien Isolation, that's better than Warzone. It's like, Warzone is dynamic. I can jump into the map. I can go anywhere and hide and fucking play out, you know, the match how I want to play it out. Like, if Warzone had bots, I'd play the bot. I don't need to play with real players. I don't like interacting with people. I'm not social. So, YouTube algorithm is ass. I agree. Oh, it's total trash. But there's nothing I can do about that. I'm not an engineer at Google, so I just assume you have to train it. That's how that shit works. That's how you have to train algorithms. That's how it works, I'm assuming, right? So I just assume you keep doing something consistently and eventually it picks up on it, but you gotta start from scratch over here. Okay, 55 minutes on this battery, so it went down tremendously. Not that it's that important over here. You're not getting any younger. Well, that's okay. Casey Neistat's old. Actually, he's not that old. How old is Casey Neistat? He's got to be pretty old. Yeah, 41. I mean, that's not that old, but he's 41 years old, Casey Neistat. Oh, yeah, Mr. Negative used to call in like, the gaming industry is trash, mate. Oh, bloody hell, I got my Xbox U360 here, my Series X, and it runs like shit. I miss him, but what do you want me to do? I don't know who the guy is. I don't personally talk to people off the air. Some of you guys do, and that's how you guys formed the community or whatever the case is. But I don't do that. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. It's a great question. Go on the game, Michael. You will lose your virginity. And go on what game? No one in here wants to see me gaming. Dude, I want to talk about Halloween Ends, and I wish we could set this up where we had Halloween Ends people in here, but maybe they don't exist. Maybe they don't. I know they exist because I'm subscribed to like 3 channels that talk nothing about horror movies, and they have like 300 people watching live. 350. So there's obviously an audience for this, as we don't, you know, it's like the Slipknot Taylor Swift analogy. So it's hard for me to pivot from stupid video games to fucking this. within, you know, a day's notice. What about a pre-recorded video of you? I mean, we might have to at this point. I think pre-recorded content, but yes. There you go. There's the answer. Yes. Oh, I guess I read a comment that I wasn't supposed to read. Huh? Funny, clever. I don't know. Whatever, dude. Whatever. I didn't even see the last Halloween movie. Well, why would you click on the stream then? Like, there's no wrong answer. It's just clearly you clicked on the stream to hang out as opposed to, like, caring about the topic at hand. I guarantee that's, you know, Resident Evil short videos with good old Michael. I have no desire. Like, you know, if you want me to start forcing shit, I can, and we're going to probably have to at this point. And you might not know if I can, you know, if I can get in the zone, I can make it happen in a way that makes sense, right? But if you want the energy of the 2019 Resident Evil videos, I don't think that can come back unless there is, you know, unless I can get laid or something, you know, then I'd have probably some more energy out here. But when you're a virgin at 35, I mean, that's just, you know, you've been sheltered your entire life, you know, it's a lost cause. Okay, bye. All right, well, see you next time. What do you want me to tell you? Just watched Halloween Kills last night. Incredible film. So you've got his thinking cap on there. It's a really high IQ film. It's a high IQ film. They didn't understand it. And they probably won't understand this, which is why they're going to get upset. Where's Margarita? Well, he has things to do in LA. I don't know what to tell you. People have things to do. If I worked at In-N-Out, we wouldn't stream anymore. Like, that's literally the reality of it. I wouldn't have time or energy to stream. It'd be all devoted to In-N-Out. I mean, that's just how it works, dude. Unless we can get that gamer fuel out here. You know, jeez. You're a good-looking fella. Well, that doesn't mean anything. The most important aspect in this world is being able to know how to talk with real people, not cameras or fucking fake shit, but real people. Being able to communicate efficiently and effectively, and that is more important than knowing how to read. That is more important than knowing how to write. That is more important than knowing how to do math. I'm not even kidding. If you know how to talk, that is like, and you're really good at it, holy fuck. You know? If you can converse without, it's just a crazy, it's a crazy, how are people watching the new Halloween early? They're not. I mean, unless you're talking about, I mean, if it leaked, then we might have to shut the show down here because they're going to spoil it. But I don't think it leaked. It literally is not out until Thursday. So, I mean, I'm not saying it can't leak, but that's what we're talking about. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate it. Remember, for 6 months. I'm going to have to go and apply to In-N-Out. You know, jeez. I think that'd be fun. In-N-Out Burger. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Working with a team that's on the same... I mean, I was actually enthralled. Like, sometimes I'd go to In-N-Out just to see the well-oiled machine work. And I know that's weird, but... I mean, these employees bust their ass. It isn't like a McDonald's situation where you got fucking people in there that hate their job, hate their life, they don't give two fucks about the service. It's like, at the end of the day, bro, I was just taken aback by that. Because there's hundreds of people that come through that restaurant, you know, at any given moment, and it's like they're ensuring that it just works, you know. It's a well-oiled machine. You can't It'd be hard to fuck that up unless you employed a bunch of slackers, which McDonald's doesn't care. They just need someone to fucking be there, so they can throw together a little sandwich that isn't worth $1. You know? I mean, I'm not saying all McDonald's employees are bad, but it ain't anything like the people at In-N-Out. I mean, they are moving. I've never seen so much energy just at play. It is like Tom Brady and his football team. You know, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, they are. You have to all be in sync in order for it to work. You have to all be on the same page in order for it to work. And I mean, honestly, I think that's a tough job. I'm guessing the script leaked. Well, there's leaks on the internet, but most of them are from not the final cut, so you can get the basic plot on the internet easily here, but the ending has not leaked to my knowledge. What the ending they went with of the final cut has not leaked, so I could be wrong on that, but yeah, they just show up and then they want $17 an hour. It's like, bro, what you mean? You know? I mean, I'm not saying give it your all, because here's the thing. If you're giving it your all and your talent isn't being recognized and you're getting paid the same amount, fuck that. Like, you'd be a dumbass to do that. Unless you're delusional. Like, or unless you're trying to impress someone at your job. Like, look, if I worked at McDonald's and I were getting paid the same amount as everyone else and everyone else was slacking, I would just follow suit. Why would I want to work harder than anyone else? Who am I to impress? Am I going to get that raise? Probably not. So what's the point? Like, there's no incentive to go all out. There's no incentive to be the best employee unless you want to satisfy yourself, or, I don't know. I know that's a bad take, but it's like, bro, if everyone's getting paid the same and these people aren't putting in the work, then what's the point? You're treated like a piece of garbage at these workplaces. They don't give a shit about you. You know? You're just a spoke on the fucking wheel. You're replaceable. So why would you bust your ass? Obviously there's exceptions, but if you're working at like a fucking factory or some shit, like, they want you on the line doing the work, and they don't give a fuck about your well-being or your mental health or anything like that. It doesn't exist. It's all fake. To them, you're just a fucking spoke on the wheel. You're just an android, and they want you to come in, and they want you to bust your ass, and that's it. And if you die, you die. Like, you know, they might show up at your funeral, but then they're going to say, well, you know, he was a great guy to work with, and that's it. Next. You know, I mean, geez. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, I'm not saying that's always like that, but if you start working for these major corporations, you know, obviously a smaller business, you know, that's a different story. Yeah, disposable. That's what I'm saying. No, I get you got to get the job done, but just hire a robot then at that point. Just hire a robot. I mean, you know, the technology is creeping up to a point where it should and you know, I don't know what to say. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, to be honest. I'm just rambling out here, and you guys are still watching, so that's why we're out here. 39 on the battery, so we got 46 minutes, folks. Yeah, we've been live for, what, 3 hours? Oh, don't open up the Xbox app. Jesus Christ, I don't even know what that is. We've been live for 3 hours and 23 minutes. Holy thought. Putting in some real time out here. At the end of Halloween Ends. Yikes. Anyone can do, I mean, so am I replaceable? You're telling me someone else can come out here and do this show? Who? Who? Name one streamer. Who can come out here and do this show? Who can come out here outside, open up their fucking laptop, and yell into a camera outside? I would love to know that person, because I need him out here. I need him out here. You know? They can sit around in their basement with their LED lights and their 4 monitors and, you know, all comfy and Kino in their little basement. Yeah, that's easy to do. Come out here and do this shit. Don't sit there and pretend like you don't have social anxiety or performance anxiety. That's bullshit. I remember when that one guy came out here. What is his name? MVP. He came out here. He was like, "How do you do this?" And I'm like, "Well, you got to be fucking crazy to do this." And the good senator too. I mean, he could probably pull that off. But I'd love to see him alone out here. You know what I mean? I could do it. No, you couldn't do this alone. Come out here and do this show. There's no way, dude. You can sit there and say that behind the keyboard, but I don't believe it. I mean, I'll pay you to come out here and do it. At this point, I'll just start. We'll bring some guests on. So I don't know where you're at, but come on out and $100. Gotta find transportation though. I can't. I'm not Casey Neistat.
Ex-Wrestling Face donated £2 through Super Chat. He's got the whole world in his hands.
Yeah,
Rabbit,
yeah, Bray Wyatt's back.
Rabbit.
I didn't see it, but that's what I heard. Bray Wyatt's back. Anybody can flip a patty? Well, I probably couldn't. That's actually pretty hard. Flipping a patty, I've never done that before in my life. Too scared to try. The burger will fly off into the floor. I'm not trying to get yelled at, you know, fuck that. I want to see Michael Myers go around in a wheelchair trying to kill people. Oh Lord, that sounds like a Chucky fucking script there. That sounds like a hell yeah, brother. We appreciate a Wrestling Face coming through. Oh no, I miss Jason Schreier calls. Well, I'm not him, so I don't know what I can do with that, and I don't know what I can do for you. The guy that calls in and did that is busy, so people got jobs around here. It's unfortunate that we started during COVID. Well, we didn't, but that's when there was a little surge around here with the Ghost of Tsushima shit, and then everyone's got nostalgia for that because they're like, oh, everyone had free time then, more free time then than now, and then now you're like expecting that same level of quality over here when they're... David Jaffe says he's a huge fan of your... I gotta read this again because it ain't making sense. David Jaffe, and I don't know if you're trolling or not, but let's get through this here. David Jaffe said he's a huge fan of your Constantly. That doesn't make sense to me, but I think I know what you mean. You should reach out to him and get him on. Yeah, but what is there to... I mean, what is there to say? I want people to be on the show, but in real life. And I know that's something that is tricky to pull off. But like, bro, I'll come to you, you come to me, whatever the... I mean, if you're in LA, I'll come to LA. If you're in a big city, we can maybe make it happen. Like, if it were, if it made sense to do it. Give me 150, all right. I don't know who you are, but all right. You better provide the content, though. Give me 150, all right? It's a deal. I'll give you 150 to get your ass out here and provide whatever you think is content. Obviously within reason. So make sure to bring the gamer girl, the red carpet. We got to get these people fired up in here, okay? Just sitting around doing this is not effective. It's just the dead ass truth. At least it isn't as effective as it once was. So you have to start reinventing yourself. And we've tried that, so come to Liverpool. We're not going to Liverpool, bro. I don't even know how to stream over in Liverpool. You'd have to get all new SIM cards, and it'd be impossible, dude. That shit don't work over there. David Jaffe collab. But what is there to say? I mean, I think he's... Look, I'm gonna say that I think David Jaffe's hot. Like, I'm not gay, but I mean, shit. There are some questions I'd like to ask David Jaffe, but they're very fucking weird. But he's called into the show before, and he actually super chatted before too. So we appreciate that. But I think he called me an asshole, so I guess he bought into the character. Couldn't handle it, could he? What 12 rounds with David Jaffe? Just, God of War creator, just... Couldn't handle lower class out here. Bring the strippers. I agree. If we had strippers in the background right now, shit, I'll be in here with a fucking 400 people in here. Come on now. Come to Florida. Plenty of crackhead content to speak about. You just said you were going to come up here for 150, unless you're someone else. Well, I don't. There's got to be a reason to go somewhere. Like in LA, there was a reason to be there. At least for within that week, there was a secret gaming event that was happening. And I wanted to show people, like, hey guys, this is what they ain't showing you. There's these secret gaming events happening for press only, like a big ass Xbox billboard and shit. You know, things of that nature. We're not going to have this discussion about what's real and what's not, okay? I don't care what you think, because I'm not here to convince you. You've already made up your mind, and that's that. So, if you think The Undertaker is real, you think The Undertaker is real. Many people did. That's why it worked. If you think this is real, maybe it is. Then that's what you think. I don't know what to tell you. I'll box anyone. You have to supply these things for me, though. Okay, there's only so much I can do. I'm down to do anything. Okay, I'm down to do the content. I'm the machine ready. It's just we're not ever going to have an opportunity. You got to find someone that has a boxing ring that's going to let us use it, and that is well within, you know, they understand what we're using it for, and there's no miscommunications and shit like that. I'll pay too. I mean, not that much, because we can't really afford that these days. The heavy hitters are literally gone. They're dead. They moved on. So we can only do so much around here these days, and that's why we keep it down to this shit, because we can't go to IRL every other month or whatever. That just is literally not feasible. So, but if you guys want to play like boxing, we can do that. You're gonna have to find me someone to box, and you're gonna have to find me a ring. You know, I mean, it's really. You were there for a month and a half? Yeah, but I was talking about, I don't remember what I said, but I was talking about something specific when I mentioned a week. Yeah, I was there for over a month and a half, but I went out there for the events that happened within that first week or so of being out there. And then we just extended it because there's no reason to come back. I mean, yeah, we wasted, well, I don't know about wasted, but I don't know how to explain it. But regardless, we streamed for over a month. Yes, we did. And it was... That COVID shit at the end, though, was fucking... That COVID shit at the end was ridiculous. Guys, I can't do anything without any... I don't know anyone in real life. Like, I don't understand how you think I can do things by myself. Do you think people can make movies by themselves? I mean, maybe, but not really. There's always at least a couple of people helping out. You got to have someone for something, you know. It has to be a team effort. And I'm not saying a massive team, just maybe a couple of people. But when you know no one, it does not help. Okay, if I had connections with people and, you know, they had people that were willing to do things or help out or whatever the case, be on the show, you know, it would be a lot easier to do things and pull things off for you guys, to give you the content that is worth watching as opposed to listening. A lot of you guys are probably just listening. You probably minimized it and you're listening. But we want to make must-see content around here. That's always been the goal, but maybe at this point it's just an unfeasible goal. I don't know. 37 minutes on the battery, folks. We're going to go until the battery dies. We might be back for Midnight Caller if there's a reason to do it, but we'll see. Yeah, but I don't understand why. I can't even. I don't even know what I'm saying. Michael versus Jaffe. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. If he knocks me out, he knocks me out. I don't care. I'm down. Let's go. You know, jeez. Like, let's give this platform some fucking content. Jesus Christ. Michael is the Logan Paul of video games. Well, we're not successful like Logan Paul, but, you know, if we looked like Logan Paul, I'm sure that would help out a little bit. No, it's not. We need more money, but I mean, to produce content, it does cost money. Like, it's not DSP where he's just sitting around playing games and e-begging. Like, we can do that, but we're thinking about the next big show. And in order to facilitate that next big show, you have to incentive. I had to pay the good senator, and I was totally fine with it. $100 to come out here to do the show. Now, people came through and supported that stream. We got like, you know, a decent amount of support, so it was okay with me. I have no problem with paying people if they want to be on the show and they provide something that makes for a better show. I have no problem with that. But you have to understand, you can't make a movie without a budget. You know what I mean? And in the case of like doing content, like, yeah, we can walk around like, I don't know what there is to show. We don't live in a city that's massive. If we lived in Chicago, that'd be a different story. Then I'd have excuses for you guys. Then you could say, okay, this is excuse city. But if we lived in the big city, we can go outside and there'd be content every day. That's why as a creator, you want to live in a big city, because there's more options, there's more people to meet, there's content every day just out on the fucking streets. You know, that's where you want to be. You want to be in a place that facilitates the content, and that is easier to pull off. You have just so many more options being in a big city than you do in the middle of fucking nowhere, where everyone hates their lives and they have no motivation to do anything. They might as well be 6 feet under, because at that, you know, at that point, it's just like, what are we doing? We're living to just exist. Like, that's not, I mean, fuck. You know what I mean? So we want to do great things around here. We want to do big shows, but I need to know people. It's not just about money. It's like, I need to know people to do it. If I don't know anyone, it doesn't matter how much money I'm willing to, you know, it's like, they don't know who the fuck I am. They don't, you know, if you don't understand what this is, then you probably are like, fuck that. Why would I want to be on your show? You're a loser. You know, I don't know. So it's more so about who we know. I don't know anyone. I don't have friends. It's over. You guys are the only ones left. What do you want me to do? I don't know anyone. I can't get help. There's no one to know. It's a lonely world out there, man. Stop looking at that social media shit where it's like, oh yeah, we're having fun. Like, if you're in high school, cherish that moment, because after high school, it all goes fucking downhill. High school is the pinnacle of world class's life. It's just the reality. I'm going to be dead ass with you. High school, looking back at it, I'd rather be in high school right now. I'd rather be in high school right now. Not because, just because we had, every day there was something to do. And we were surrounded by people, so we were forced to communicate. When you get out of high school and you get out of college, you lose your friends, you lose, I mean, it just becomes shit. Maybe not for everyone, but, you know, if you're like me, I mean, it's just the reality of it. So. Or your friends become, 5 friends to 2 to 1 to no one. And everyone gets busy, and everyone's, you know, it's just, here we go. They're saying true in here, you know. I'm just being dead ass. It's just the reality of it. Like, maybe some of you guys are still in high school. I'm telling you right now, you may hate high school, and I mean, it's a shitty time, but fuck, it don't get better. I mean, unless you get lucky and, you know. Michael tours Japan. Well, we probably wouldn't make it back. I don't know how we made it out of LA alive. The shit we did in LA was pretty fucking risky. Even in Chicago. We were just in Chicago in July, and dude, we were going down, well, we were in the good part, but Chicago doesn't fuck around. I mean, someone could come up with a fucking gun and say this is the end, and it's like, well, I guess it is. You know, it's over. You know, shit. Tony Hawk felt alone too? What? I mean, you know, if you meet like-minded people that stream as well, it's like, that's probably just going to go sour eventually. It's like they got their own stream to do, and if you start fucking around with other streamers, it's like, well, it becomes this big game of like, who's going to get more viewers, who's going to get more super chats, who's going to get, you know, it's just a fucking contest. I'm not interested. So you can't really collab with other creators because it's all an ego-driven fucking, it's all about me. It's not about we really want to collab. It's more so like, hey, what's this going to do for my brand? You know, that's just the dead ass truth. And you know, some people are good at hiding that, but It's really the reality of it, which I don't really care. I mean, if both parties benefit, I don't give a shit. I don't need to make friends with that person. It's just like, we're acquaintances. Let's work together and make for a great show. It's like working with a coworker. You don't need to be friends to make it work. You just be professional about it. I'm not saying you have to be enemies, but like, fuck. When egos collide, I mean, it isn't a good recipe. It's just not a great recipe in my opinion. Why is Epic Games open? You guys like this therapy session, don't you? You knew it was going to turn into this. You knew World Class wasn't going to hold out on that Halloween Ends subject that long. You knew this was going to happen. We're just waiting until the battery dies, essentially. Hate bait content? Who's doing that? Well, clearly that's not a successful road. Hate bait content, that's 2011 shit, dude. So if you're talking about me, I mean, you can go on Social Blade and look at my numbers. They're literally at an all-time low, so obviously it's not working out well. I think the opposite of that is actually what you need to do. You just shill, you just conform, and you get in with the industry and you get early access to things, and then that boosts your channel. I mean, that's what you do. You don't. Can you be positive for a moment? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say that's positive? What do you want me to say? How am I not being positive? I'm just explaining things. Like, do you guys not? Oh my God, dude, you're like, I'm done. You're clearly 20 years old, if not younger. I can't. You're a kid. I can't. You don't resonate with this content. You're watching a fucking boomer out here, bitch. Like, dude, come on. You knew it was going to be this, and you still fucking come in here and say something positive. What do you want me to say? I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything positive to say. Well, some people here came today through Super Chat. That's a positive thing. Help support the show. There you go. How do guys like Young Yeah get 100K viewers when he serves up schlop every day? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. People are too lazy to read the articles and news, so they go to Young Yeah. That's the only thing I can think of. They're too lazy to read, so they subscribe because they know he's going to compact it into one video that's like 20 minutes long, and I guess they just like that non-biased sort of like take on things. Like, Young Yeah is smart, he looks like a good guy, so they subscribe because they're too lazy to read up on. They get all in that. That's the only thing I can think of, because he's not entertaining. But you don't. I think being entertaining is actually really a thing of the past. That's why I've stopped doing it. I've stopped putting in the energy into it because it doesn't work. When you go to the gym for 2 years straight, you don't see much results. I mean, it's gonna demoralize you. Sorry, it is. It's gonna. You can't hold out that long. If I went to the gym consistently every other day for 2 years straight and didn't see any results, at the end of the day, you're going to give it up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Alex Escobar donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Oh, Mackle.
He does this every Monday. Do I really? Well, maybe we it's Michael Myers Monday. Why do you think I covered Halloween Ends? Duh! And the premieres tomorrow. Alex Escobar coming through. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate it. Young Yeah is boring vanilla content. Well, that's what they want. He serves them what they want. We can climb Mount Everest over here with just our underwear on, and we'd have 100 viewers. Young Yeah could do that without doing any entertaining sort of spin to it, and we'd have 100K viewers. It's just the nature of the system. It's just the nature of the beast. You're streaming to over 200 people, and you have over 50K subs. Well, I know another channel that's doing doing way better. So, I don't understand. I'm not saying it's bad that we only have 188, but it's not necessarily the direction we want to go in. That's what I'm saying when I say that shit. We're going in reverse. We're literally going in reverse. So I don't know why it's not playing your messages. Arthur Morgan coming through again. Hell yeah, brother, we appreciate it. Glad to support Michael's channel with Lowball Donos. That's what we're talking about. We need Lowball Lonnie in here. You guys know who that is? You guys know who Lowball Lonnie is? I enjoy being a fake fan. No, there's no way. Hell yeah, by the way, appreciate it. Arthur Morgan coming through with the 2-time Tony Hawk combo. Who's the top super chatter here? I think it was that Arthur Vega guy. Pretty sure he's the top super chatter here tonight. Lowball Lonnie. That guy was amazing. I don't really watch much anymore though. Make a new channel and start streaming from scratch. You know, that might actually be a great idea.
Alex Escobar donated $1.99 through Super Chat.
You know,
consistent low ball, Fuel Lord Mackle.
Oh, you were the one that said that. Fuel Lord Mackle. That's what we're talking about, baby. Hell yeah, putting the gas in the gas tank, baby. It's eating it up. Hell yeah, by the way, appreciate it. Alex Escobar coming through. Make a new channel and start streaming from scratch. Well, that might actually be what we would have to do. 21 minutes on the battery. Just checking in with the technology here. And you're still alive? Respect. Someone's spamming. What happened to those spam bots in here? Maybe it was never a robot. You need to have a positive outlook on life. I agree, but like, bro, what is there to be positive about? Like you got to be delusional to be happy every day. That's what that has to. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should just go work at In-N-Out. I think that the chapter is closed over here. Let's go to In-N-Out and work for $15 an hour and play homeless out in LA. You know, shit. I honestly think that would be a very interesting chapter. But I don't think I would last too long in the kitchen. I don't know how to cook anything. I don't know how to do the register, so I'm not an asset to them. They wouldn't hire me. Probably wouldn't even complete the training, you know? So we just have to play homeless out there on the Sunset Boulevard. Get 2 chickens and talk to them. Where do I get chickens at? Come on, bro. Like, that sounds like a fucking crazy idea. I'd love to do it. But you gotta know a farmer, dude. If I knew a farmer, we could just basically like have infinite content with the animals, you know? I mean, it'd just be so great. We could look at the animal inside of its eyes and figure out what the animal is thinking. You know, I mean, we can really dissect it. It's gonna be, I mean, it would be crazy. Stream is still going strong. How are you supposed to be positive? Exactly. The industry is in shambles. There's nothing for me to cover. I'm positive about Halloween Ends. I mean, I think it could also be a huge, colossal failure. But at the same time, I can't just sit out here and talk about this when the chat is like off on something else. Because a lot of people click on this regardless of the topic. They're just like, okay, we want to see what World Class has to say, or we want to see how train wrecky it can be, or whatever the case is. Like, I don't care of the reason. As long as you're here, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, being mental will make you depressed. Okay, now so if I said that, I'd have a lot of flack, like, oh, Michael, you don't respect mental health. Come on, dude. You need to take your shirt off? Well, how much you gonna pay? Review Tech USA says $50 he takes his shirt off. So if you want to donate $50, well, actually, I'm not doing that here. So don't do that. We're not doing that. But that's the Review Tech USA way. So at least it was. I don't know if he still does that. Then you're finished talking to the chicken. You can turn them into chicken nugget. No. Well, I did get the McDonald's Happy Meal. Okay, let's talk about that real quick. Well, we got some battery life here. No. The audio settings are gonna go fucked up. Have you guys got the McDonald's Happy Meal? We're at 17% on battery. We've got 19 minutes out here, folks. Okay, this is draining rapidly. Let's turn the brightness down. It's eating it up. Have you guys got the McDonald's Happy Meal? Have you guys got the... It's $11, dude. Jesus. It was $11 for the Happy Meal at McDonald's, bro. I was going to review it, but I just couldn't wait. Everyone was stealing my viewers. So, you know, gotta wait till no one else is live. Just hard times out here. In times like these, you know, you just have to work around schedules. Alcohol. So you're telling me to drink beer? Well, if you guys want to pay, I mean, shit, we'll turn this into fire sales immediately. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'll go Nick Avocado in 2 months. I don't care. If that's what's going to get people to tune in, at that point, it doesn't matter. It's no different than an actor gaining weight for his role. Nick Avocado is one of the smartest individuals on the internet. That's all I can say to that. They're like, this guy needs to get help. He's so unstable. Oh my God, he wasted. You know, it's like, no, come on, dude. He's the best entertainer that exists. No one wants to watch these dumb food reviewers that are just, you know, obviously review bra is an anomaly, but hey, I'm going to go to McDonald's and review this. Great. What's your gimmick? Nothing? Okay, well, then we're not watching. I'm sorry, but that's just how it stands. Burger King is better. Well, it ain't cheaper. I will pay if you drink. Oh, God. No, that might be a bad idea. Okay, here's what we'll do. If you get the Bruce Wayne bucks out, here's what we'll do. I will call. Here's what we'll do. If you can promise me that you're going to get the Bruce Wayne bucks out, okay, and I need a lot of people to do that, okay, hard times as of late, let's just be honest. So if you guys can get the Bruce Wayne bucks, I'll call Jeffrey Dahmer, we'll get the Budweiser, and we'll make it happen. Oh, man. All right, something's coming through the pipeline here. I'm going to read this because it probably isn't going to play out. This is the toxicity that we all know and love. I don't understand how I'm being toxic. You must be 19 years old.
Missy TDR donated $1.99
How is this being toxic?
Through Super
Can you
Chat.
scientifically break this down?
No.
We're not going to play armchair psychiatrist, dude. How is this toxic? Dude, I'm literally passionately explaining my show. How is this toxic? You're too busy watching DSP. And you think that that's sort of what this is. I know this is bait for a lot of people. They use this against world class and they clip it and they take it out of context and whatever the fuck. I get that. I'm not that fucking naive. But I don't give a fuck. Because it's going to happen regardless of whether or not I care. So it's best to not care. But at the end of the day, me talking to my fans, viewers, hate watchers, contrarians, whatever the fuck's in here, I don't understand how that's a bad thing. You know, everyone else and their grandma can sit out here and do nothing, okay? I'm not going to name names, but they can sit around and do jack shit, okay? But when I do it, it's a problem. Yeah, get out of here, dude. Go suck your mother's fucking dick. Because I'd love to do that. I'm done with these losers. I mean, you know, it's just so sad. You know, I give you guys the time of day. I give you guys the fucking red carpet out here, and you guys don't want to do it. You know, it's like I bring the horse water and you guys are like, no, Michael, we don't want you. Well, then leave. Go back in the stable. Shit. So let me know if that guy was down with that deal, okay? If you get the Bruce Wayne bucks out, we will do it. But that's only if, okay? We're not going to make that phone call if it ain't going to happen, folks. We're not going to make that phone call if it isn't going to happen. Guys, we don't got much battery out here, okay? We got 14%, so let's make these last comments count. And get these super chats in here, jeez. I give you guys 4 hours of my time. That's a shift at In-N-Out, dude. That's literally a shift at In-N-Out. I could have been making In-N-Out money, you know, and that's great money. Homeless on the street. That's why Michael is in special ed. Yeah. I got some disabilities, so now you're making fun of a disabled person. I'm literally a disabled person. Like I'm pretty sure tested by a psychologist in high school or some shit like that. I mean, when he leads me into the room and says, write a paragraph about what you're thinking or something weird like that, that's not normal. So obviously we were analyzed. We were analyzed. Shut up and pay me. Well, I'm sorry you don't understand how things work, you know. It's just the reality. Like, I don't understand why people are jealous. Like, you can literally just start your own streaming channel and people are going to donate to you. Just steal my viewers like everyone else does. Like, oh yeah, Michael's a piece of shit. Like, right off of that gimmick. And you'll have people that hate me. You know, that's obvious because my heel character works so fucking well and efficiently that you got hate watchers non-stop in here. So just play off of that gimmick to bait donos and boom, you're in. So I basically made a career for you. But you don't want to do that, do you? But plenty of other people have done that, so fuck it. There's the tip for you. Just leech off of me. I got nothing to show for it, but everyone else does, so, you know, jeez. Guys, the computer is lagging. That means we're in low battery mode here, okay? You were assessed and you have learning disabilities. Well, I'm pretty sure I do. I mean, obviously, if I can't work a cash register, I think that's a disability. I'm sorry that you don't think that is. And you're saying, oh, excuses. It's just like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I cannot work a cash register. I don't know how to count money. Not efficiently. Dude, if a kid came up and bought a candy bar with like an assortment of coins, we're not going to get that done. I can't do math. If someone gave me 10 quarters, I'd have to sit there and count them by 4, because 4 quarters is $1. That's the only way I know how to do that. I can't. I literally cannot do that. So it limits what we can do. You know, I'm not sure how I graduated high school, but I mean, I can count money. It's just there's going to be a big line, okay? And the boss ain't going to be happy about it. So, you know, I can probably flip a burger if I had to, but I mean, shit. Even that sounds a little scary, you know. Jeez. Well, I'm great. You can. I'm glad you can, and more power to you. Are the disabilities part of your character that you play? Unfortunately, no. But we do incorporate them into the entertainment here. When I say I was in special ed, it's not a part of the entertainment. Like I was actually in special ed, but me actually like exacerbating that as part of the entertainment. Like, so I don't know what to tell you. Not everything is fake and not everything is real. It's not that black and white. But I was actually in special ed, so I don't know what you want me to tell you. If you don't believe it, that's fine with me. I mean, if you do, you do. I'm just letting you know. I was in special ed, period. I'm not saying that I'm a retard and we're baiting donos here, because I already know that's where some of you go, oh, Michael's trying to like make people feel bad. Like, no. I'm just stating that I was in special ed in high school, instructional level in terms of math and a few other classes, and that's it. That's all I'm leaving it to. So what else do you want me to say? It's okay, Michael. I mean, I come out here for 12 hours and do this. How long can you guys last? 182 viewers? I don't have no battery technology. We could play therapy session all night out here. Okay, you and me. Let's go. This guy said if I start pulling out the Budweiser, he's going to pay. So that's what we're going to have to do. Fuck it. We'll do fire sales. We'll do fire sales. Cash registers are complex machines. Yeah, and then you got to deal with the customers too. Like I can play a character, you know, and that's what I would basically do. That's how I'd have to cope. But when you start saying, okay, you have to like, you know, do math and things like that. I don't know how to do math. There is a blockage, okay? I don't know how to count by 2s. I don't know how to count by 3s. I know how to count by 2s up until 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Okay, so I kind of got that one down. Counting by 7s, I can't do. Counting by 6s, I can't do. I don't have that memorized. And I would have to count with my fingers. It's I don't know what you want to label it as and what you want to crucify me as. Oh, it's just an excuse, Michael. And it's like, well, then why was I in instructional math in high school? Why did they put me in instructional math? It wasn't applied. It was literally like they are literally instructing you on how to do 2 plus 2. And I said, well, I can kind of do that. But then they didn't. You weren't really learning anything because it was like, yeah, I can do the low level stuff, but especially when there's no time limit. Like if you got to pass the test within 60, minutes, well, they're asking me to do these fractions and placing these decimals and weird, like, bro, what? We haven't even figured out how to do the counting the money yet. I mean, so I don't know. Evil ends tonight. There we go. Michael is still smarter than a third of his country. I don't know about that. It's not just math either, okay? If you were to ask me about like the 7 continents or some shit, like I don't even know what I'm not going to get into it because you guys won't believe me, but I can show you my grades from high school. They were pretty low, even in the instructional class. Well, actually, in the instructional class, they didn't do homework. They didn't do grades. Head math is a big weakness of mine. Well, it's not just math. That's just one example. It's everything with world class out here. Reading is difficult. If I don't know how to read. Like, I'm just going to say that right now. And maybe that doesn't make sense. And again, we're just talking out here, okay? We're just waiting until the battery dies, which it's actually dying. 7%. I got to lower the brightness all the way down to get this out. Okay? But I don't really know how to read. I know how to, I mean, I can read memorized words, but if it's a new word, we got to start sounding that out. And I have to go on the internet to hear how other people say it in order to, like, you know what I mean? All right, so that's it. The battery's dead. If you guys want to do Midnight Caller, we'll maybe think about doing that. We'll see. But the battery is dying. It's not a meme. It's not a joke. And clearly it is, because this is lagging hardcore. So that's going to do it. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, tagging along, supporting the show, and we will see you later. It's over.